As spoken, we welcome our YouTube family, and as what was discussed last week, I don't normally record Shabbat messages for YouTube, but last week's teaching was important enough for the nations to hear. Indeed, all of them are, but I must be obedient to the voice of Yah. Today is another message or teaching that he has impressed upon me is important enough for the nations to hear, especially taking into consideration the season that we're in. The season that we're in. It is a very serious message. A very serious message. Not one to be taken lightly. It is a life and death message, as indeed all of them. All of his messages are life and death messages. This one, it uncovers a lot of deception. Indeed, this message uncovers the very plan and scheme of the adversary. It uncovers his very plan and his very scheme. And so I would ask that you family, that you pray for me throughout this message, that you would pray for me and cover me in prayer, because it may invoke retaliation, because it's going to uncover his scheme. It's going to uncover the adversary's plan. It is literally going to uncover his plan. And so I would ask that you pray for me throughout this teaching. And so, as is custom to the YouTube family, I say Shabbat Shalom to the elder Ak and Shabbat Shalom to the younger Ak, both Yehuda and Ephraim. Shabbat Shalom to the stranger, the former stranger and the former Goy or former Gentile who is now engrafted into the Bayif, the house of Yasha'al, through Hanatsar, through the branch, Yahusha HaMashiach, whereby now being fellow citizens and fellow partakers of the same covenant, the same everlasting covenant, the same promise and the same inheritance that rests with the house of Yasha'al. Shabbat Shalom to you. Shabbat Shalom to the Zoom family, to the Yahuwah Remnant family. I would ask you to say a very hearty Shabbat Shalom to our YouTube family.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah. 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 So family, by now you've already seen the title of this teaching, which is Freemasonry is the Worship of Namrud. And this is part 2. I entitled it part 2 because I'm going to upload it to YouTube. And Yahuwah had previously made a video through me about Freemasonry being the worship of Nimrud, or Namrud, over a year ago. But now he wants to expound on that quite a bit more. He wants to expound on that quite a bit more. And he wants to show now how the very plan, the very scheme of the adversary is intertwined in Freemasonry. It is intertwined in Freemasonry, and it is of utter importance. It is imperative that the people of Yah understand this. It is imperative that the people of Yahuwah understand this. And so the title of this message is Freemasonry is the Worship of Namrud, Part 2. Namrud and the People of Rebellion. Namrud and the People of Rebellion. So lately, family, starting about 4 weeks ago, Yahuwah has been preparing this assembly for Pesach. And in preparing us for Pesach, he has been dually preparing us for the wilderness. He has been dually preparing us for the wilderness, because indeed the wilderness comes immediately after Pesach, immediately after the Passover. And so he has been preparing us in the near term for this coming Pesach, and he has been preparing us for a future time with respect to how that relates to the coming second Exodus, which he has revealed to us, is not for the entire house of YAHUAH'S, but it is only for a remnant. It is only for a remnant. And so he began preparing us about 4 weeks ago from the topic of touch not the unclean thing, Pesach preparation. Touch not the unclean thing, Pesach preparation. And in that teaching, he impressed upon us, he took us through the Torah, and he impressed upon us and showed us now how if we are partaking of unclean things, if we have become unclean, in other words, if we touch something that Yahuwah has designated as being unclean, then we are just as unclean as the unclean thing of which we have touched. In other words, if we touch sinful things, sin is identified as uncleanness. All sin is identified as uncleanness. And so if we are touching unclean things, then we are what? We are sinful. We are sinful. And if we have become sinful, if we have become unclean, and that uncleanness has not been repented of, and we have not been washed of that uncleanness, in other words, we've not turned from that uncleanness, then we are not worthy to partake of his set-apart offerings. He went on to show us that even in the Brit Kadashah, that YAHUAH addresses this when he addressed the assembly at Corinth with respect to what the church falsely calls the communion, which is more properly called, or more correctly called, the Master's Supper, which is partaken of the night before Pesach. He made the point there, and he showed us there that even the Mashiach his body is an offering. His body is an offering, and how the unleavened bread is a representation of his broken body. Indeed, we learn in the Torah that before we are to partake of an offering, when we slay of the offering, we are to do what? We are to pour out all of the blood on the ground, because we're not to eat blood. We're not to partake of blood, because the life of the creature is in the blood. In other words, the ruach of the creature is in the blood. The blood represents ruach. It is a representation of ruach. Hence, the Abarit word for blood is dam, D-A-M. We see here the Abarit letter mam being represented here. And each time we see the Abarit letter mam, we understand that that is a representation of ruach. That is a representation of ruach. Hence, we see this letter mam in the beginning of the Abarit word for water, which is ma'in, which is a representation of ruach. Water is a representation of ruach. Hence, out of their for those who believe in the HaMashiach, out of their bellies will flow rivers of living water. This is a representation of ruach. And so he says now, do not eat the blood, do not partake of the blood, because the life of the creature, the ruach of the creature is in the blood, and I have given it to you for the remission of sin. And so you are now to pour out all of the blood on the ground. Do not partake of it. And so now we see with the HaMashiach, this is why all of his blood drained out of his body. He had no more blood left. In fact, when the soldier punctured his side with the spear, blood and water came out. That was the remainder of the blood that was in his body. All of it was spilled because he is our offering. He is our Pesach offering, and you're not to partake of an offering with blood in it. With blood in it. And so YAHUAH, or the ambassador YAHUAH, showed us with his letter to the assembly of Corinth that even if we partake of this offering, which the church falsely calls the communion, which is more accurately called the Master's Supper, unworthily or with uncleanness in us, then we are now partaking of an offering unworthily. And as the Torah dictates, anyone doing this will be cut off from his people. Indeed, YAHUAH made the case that this indeed is why some of them were sick and some of them were weak and some of them were dead, because they were partaking of this offering unworthily. Unworthily. The next week, he spoke to us from the subject of be set apart as he is set apart. Pesach preparation is wilderness preparation. Be set apart as he is set apart. Pesach preparation is wilderness preparation. And in that teaching, he actually showed us what it means to be set apart. What it actually means to be set apart. He showed us in that teaching that set apartness means to be clean. It means to be clean. Set apartness, and indeed, this is why in the process of being set apart, it always involves a bath. It always involves water. This is why in ancient times, and indeed even now, in order to be set apart, we must take a mikvah tabalah, which the church falsely calls baptism. And so whenever YAHUAH came into the midst of our people, he always made the proclamation to what? To set the people apart. And what we found afterwards is that there was always a washing. There was always a washing. To what? To symbolically wash away the dirt, and to, with amunah, believe that this washing indeed washes away dirt and washes away sin, washes away all uncleanness. You see, even they underwent mikvah. And even they showed that the mikvah must be received in amunah. It must be received by belief. And so, but nevertheless, he showed us there that to be cleansed, we must be washed. We must be washed. And he showed us that this is why in the process of being set apart, not only must we undergo a physical mikvah, a washing in water, but we also now must allow the water of the word to wash us. Because the more we allow the water of the word to wash us, in other words, the more we align ourselves in obedience to the word, obeying what it says to do, then the more it washes us and the more it cleanses us and the more it sets us apart. This now then being a precursor of true set apartness, which comes only via the set apart spirit. See, he will not come where there is uncleanness. We must first begin the process of washing, as it is written in the book of Ma'asai, commonly called Acts, that he sends his root to those who what? Obey him. Obey him. So we must first begin the process of washing through the washing of the word and through the mikvah tabalah before true set apartness comes in, which is only via the Ruach HaKadosh, which is only via the Ruach HaKadosh. The next week, he came to us from the subject, there is a witch among us. Her name is rebellion. She must be exposed and rooted out. Pesach preparation. Pesach preparation. In that teaching, he wanted to address rebellion. Again, indeed, he's still addressing sin. He's still addressing uncleanness, because rebellion is disobedience, is any disobedience to YAHUAH'S word. This is what rebellion is. Rebellion is disobedience to his word. But he showed in that teaching that whether or not that word comes directly from him or through the mouth of one of his servants, if that word is disobeyed, then that is rebellion. And he took it a step further, and he showed us then that all rebellion, indeed, all disobedience to his word is rebellion. But he went a step further, and he showed us that rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. And he showed us, indeed, he spoke to us that still, even now, that he suffers not a witch to live. That he suffers not a witch to live. Last week, he came to us from the subject of what is YAHUAH, What is love? What is Ahab? The remnant knows wilderness preparation. What is Ahab? The remnant knows wilderness preparation. Last week he came to us and he showed us what true love is, what true love looks like. And unless we operate in true love, then we are not worthy of him. Then we are not worthy of him. And indeed, if we are not operating in true love, then we're not even remnant. We're not even remnant, because indeed it is the remnant who operates in true love. Because if you truly love Yahuwah, if you truly love him, then you are willing to do what? To give up all. To give up all. Indeed, this is an expensive title. Remnant is an expensive title that is going to cause us to empty bank accounts. It is going to cause us to sell everything and give up all. It is a very expensive walk. It is a very expensive walk. Indeed, it is one in which if we do not sell everything, if we do not give up everything, then we are not going to be able to, as we were speaking about earlier, we are not going to be able to afford those lyrics that are going to be given out to 144,000 who are going to touch down on Mount Zion, who no one and who are going to be given the lyrics of this song in which no one else can sing. And so true Ahab is going to cause us to give up everything, because indeed, if we truly love Yahuwah, we will give up everything. We will give up everything. And so this week, again, as I spoke earlier, Yahuwah has been dealing with me about rebellion. He spoke this to me again about 2 weeks ago. So this message has been one in the works. He spoke to me about 2 weeks ago about rebellion. And then he began to pour into me about Namrud and how he is tied up into Freemasonry, and how indeed Freemasonry is the worship of Nimrod, or Namrud. And again, this will be part 2. And now he wants to show us the people of rebellion, Namrud and the people of rebellion, or in other words, Namrud and the people who worship him. Namrud and the people who worship him. Indeed, this indeed is also Pesach preparation, and by extension, this too is wilderness preparation, because only those who are rebellious are going to have to contend with the man of rebellion. Only they are going to have to contend with the man of rebellion for 3.5 years, while a remnant, a small remnant, will be kept safe in the wilderness for 3.5 years. So we previously talked about that. We're not going to really touch upon that much in this message. We're not going to actually touch upon that at all. We may or may not. But the main purpose of this message is to reveal the plan of the adversary, which is veiled within Freemasonry. His plan, his very scheme, family, is veiled and hidden within Freemasonry. There it is hidden. Well, many of you say, well, what does that have to do with us? I'm not a Freemason. I am not a Freemason. Is that the case? Is that the case? Is that the case? You know, many believe, well, I'm not a Freemason. That has nothing to do with me. Is that the case? Is that the case? Well, family, Yahuwah, on this day, he wants to take us on a journey to reveal a well-crafted plan that has been in place since the very beginning. Since the very beginning. It is a plan designed to deceive the whole entire world. It is a plan that is designed to deceive the entire world. The entire world. And so before we began this teaching, before we began this message, we're going to lay the foundation with some foundational texts, with some foundational scriptures that are going to lay the foundation of this teaching going forward. That are going to lay the foundation of this teaching going forward. So the first foundational text or precept that we're going to read is YAHUAH'S, Isaiah, the 8th chapter, the 20th verse. YAHUAH'S, commonly called Isaiah, the 8th chapter, and the 20th verse. And the 20th verse. And it reads there, to the Torah and the witness, if they do not speak according to this word, it is because they have no light in them. It is because they have no light in them. Bookmark light, family. This is foundational. Light. The Abarit word aor. 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 Aleph u rash. Aleph u rash. Aor. Aor. And Aor is the very word used in the beginning when Yahuwah made the declaration, made the command, let there be light, let there be Aor. Aor. Aor is also the Abarit word that we find in Proverbs of Mashal, the 6th chapter, the 23rd verse, when it talks about Torah being a light, in which we're getting ready to read. Torah being a light, because indeed Torah is the same light that was in the very beginning when Yahuwah declared, let there be light, let there be Aor, let there be order, because we understand that Torah, light, is Yahuwah. Torah is Yahuwah, because we understand that Yahuwah is what? Yahuwah is light. He is light. Yahuwah is light. He dwells in unapproachable light. So he is light. He is the living Torah. He is the living Torah, he has always been light. He has never not been. He is Aor. He is Aor. The next precept we're going to read, as discussed, is Mashal of Proverbs 6:23. And we're establishing a foundation. We're establishing a foundation. For the command is a lamp, and the Torah a light. And again, this Abarit word is Aor. Aor. And the Torah a light. And rebukes, listen, hear me. And rebukes of discipline a way of life. A way of life. Now lately, Yahuwah has been bringing forth words of rebuke, even in this assembly. He's been bringing forth words of rebuke in this assembly, and he never brings forth words of rebuke without purpose, without reason. And so it reads here, listen, for the command is a lamp, and the Torah a light, and rebukes of discipline a way of life. A way of life. Now this is the Abarit word used here for rebuke, is the Abarit word tukhat, 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 and it is spelled T-U-K-K-H-A-T, and it is comprised of the Abarit letters Tau, U, Kaf, Kot, Tau. So it is transliterated in two ways. It is transliterated in the word tukkat, tukkat, and tukka, tukka. It is transliterated again as tukkat, T-U-K-K-H-A-T, and tukka, which is T-U-K-K-H-A-H. This is the Abarit word for rebuke, for rebuke. Now let's take a look now at these Abarit words which comprise the word tukkat, tukkat. Let's take a look at these letters, because it is going to unveil to us what rebuke means. These letters are going to reveal to us what rebuke means in the eyes of Yah. And so first now let's take a look at the first letter of the Abarit word tukkat, tukkat. And that letter is Tau. That letter is tau. And we understand that tau is symbolic or representative, are represented by an X, a mark, a seal, a sign, and ownership. And so we understand now, wherever covenant is involved, we will find the Abarit letter tau. Because why? Because Yahuwah is the Aleph and the tau. He is the beginning and the everlasting covenant. We're going to talk more about this in the end and how that applies to the adversary's plan. We're going to talk more about that at the end of this teaching. But he is the Aleph and the tau, the beginning and the everlasting covenant. So wherever we see now the word tau, this is a representation of covenant. The next letter we see representing this word is U. It's U, spelled U-A-U. U-A-U, pronounced U. And it is represented by a peg, a nail, a hook, a bond, or secure, something to secure. So it is represented by like a tent peg or a nail, something that affixes or something that joins or something that secures, And so when we see now the name of Yahuwah written in the Abarit, we see Yad-He-U-He. Yad-He-U-He. And so in the very name of Yahuwah, what we see there is a man represented by the Yad, and his two wives represented by He, a man correcting now, adjoining his two wives, Yahudah and Ephraim. Yahudah and Ephraim, joining them via a tent peg. The next letter is the Abarit letter Kaf. Kaf. It is spelled K-A-H-F. And it is represented by palm, like the palm of a hand, open, allow, and tame. The next letter is caught. It's caught. And it is represented by a fence, to separate, to protect, to cut off. And the last letter is again tau, which is represented by X, mark, seal, sign, covenant. X, mark, seal, sign, covenant. And so in this word, to cut, we see how Yahuwah corrects his covenant people. How he corrects his covenant people. And that is always through Torah. That is always through right ruling. This is why we see the letter tau in this word. And this is why we see the letter kaf, which means to tame, in this word. And this is why we see the letter caught, which means to fence, to separate, listen, to protect. This is what a fence does. It protects, it separates, and it cuts off. And so we understand that through rebuke, this is how he, through Torah, this is how he rebukes his covenant people. And in the rebuke of his covenant people, this is how he protects us. Through rebuke, through right ruling, through Torah. This is how he protects his people and fences us off. What is he protecting us from? Well, in Mashal, the same chapter, Proverbs, the 6th chapter, the very next verse 24, listen. To guard you against an evil woman, from the flattering tongue of a strange woman. So verse 23 says, for the command is a lamp, and the Torah a light, and rebukes of discipline a way of life, to guard you against an evil woman from the flattering tongue of a strange woman. And so Torah, the rebuke of Torah, right ruling, is supposed to protect us. It's given to protect us. If it's received that way, then we will be better indeed. better indeed. Still laying the foundation of this teaching. Another foundational text, we looked at Tahalim, or Psalms, the 119th chapter, verse 105. Tahalim, or Psalms, the 119th chapter, verse 105. Many of you already know these texts, but we're laying, they must be spoken to lay the foundation, because again, this teaching is also going to be uploaded to YouTube for the nations to hear, for the nations to see and hear. So Tahalim, or Psalms, chapter 119, 105, and it reads, your word is a lamp to my feet. Here we go again, bookmark this, and a light to my path. And a light to my path. The operative word again here is light, is our, is light, is light. It says your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. Now we've already discussed that Yahuwah is the light. He is the eternal light. He is the living Torah. He is the word. The word indeed is Torah. The word indeed is Torah. As we read here another foundational text in YAHUAH'S, or John, the 1st chapter. YAHUAH'S, John, the 1st chapter. YAHUAH'S, or John, the 1st chapter. We're going to read here verse 1 through 9, establishing the foundation. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. He was in the beginning with Elohim. All came to be through him, and without him, not even one came to be that came to be. In him was life, and the life was the light of men, and the life was the light of men. So now we understand that Torah is life. Torah is the life, is the kai of men. Torah is life. If you're not walking in Torah, then you're not walking in life. If you're not walking in Ruch, you're not walking in life, because indeed the word is Ruch. The word is also Ruch. And so if you're not walking in light, if you're not walking in word, if you're not walking in Torah, then there's no life in you. There's no life in you. And the light shines in the darkness. Listen, family, this is very foundational. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. There was a man sent from Elohim whose name was YAHUAH'S. This one came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all might believe through him. That all might believe through him. That all might believe through him. You see, Yahuwah sent a Kahan here. He sent a Kahan to bear witness about the living Torah. He sent a Kahan to bear witness about the living Torah. Indeed, YAHUAH'S was a Kahan. His father was a Kahan. Zakayahu. His father was a Kahan. Indeed, YAHUAH'S was a Kahan. It is Kahan who are teachers of Torah. It is Kahan who are teachers of Torah. Indeed, this is still the case even now to this day. It is Kahan in the order of Melchizedek who teach Torah, who have been ordained to teach Torah. Reading on, he was not that light, but that he might bear witness of that light. He was the true light, which enlightens every man coming into the world. And so the case has been made now that not only Torah is light, but that Torah is Yahuwah. Torah is the eternal light. It is the eternal light. It is eternal. And thus, the case has now been made and established that Torah is eternal because Torah is Yahuwah. Torah is Yahuwah. And he is the light that we must walk in. That we must walk in. We're just laying a foundation. We're laying a foundation about light, family. About light and darkness. We're laying a foundation. YAHUAH'S, or John, the 8th chapter, verse 1 through 12. YAHUAH'S, or John, the 8th chapter, verse 1 through 12. YAHUAH'S, or John, the 8th chapter, verse 1 through 12. Beginning at verse 1. And Yahushua went to the Mount of Olives. And at dawn he came again into the set-apart place, and all the people were coming to him. And having sat down, he was teaching them. And the scribes and the Pharisees brought to him a woman caught in adultery. And having set her in the midst, they said to him, Teacher, this woman was caught in the act of adultery. And in the Torah, Moshe commanded us that such should be stoned. What then do you say? And this they said, trying him, so that they might arouse him, or accuse him rather. But Yahusha, bending down, wrote on the ground with the finger as though he did not hear. But as they kept on questioning him, he straightened up and said to them, who is without sin among you, let him be the first to throw a stone at her. And bending down again, he wrote on the ground, and when they heard it, being reproved by their conscience, went out one by one, beginning from the older ones until the last. Now, I'm not going to really address this, but I'll just touch it just a little bit, just in case for our YouTube watchers or listeners. If there's a Christian by chance listening, Yahusha here did not do away with Torah. This woman was not stoned because they sinned, because they were not observing Torah themselves. They were trying to convict or accuse this woman in accordance with Torah, but they were not following Torah themselves. Because how so do you say? Because Torah declares and mandates and commands that when there are two caught in the act of adultery, then both the man and the woman are to be brought out and stoned by the mouth of two or more witnesses. The man was not here, thus Torah was being transgressed, thus they were sinners. They were sinners. This has nothing to do with the abolishment of Torah, which he did not come to do, which he tells us he did not come to do in Matthew or Matat Yahu, the 5th chapter, verse 17 through 19. Reading on, and Yahusha was left alone, and the woman standing in the middle. And Yahusha straightening up and seeing no one but the woman said to her, woman, where are those accusers of yours? Did no one condemn you? And she said, no one, master. And Yahusha said to her, neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more. Listen, therefore Yahusha spoke to them again, saying, I am the light of the world. I am the light of the world. I am the living Torah. I am the living Torah. He's saying here now, I have come to restore Torah. I have come, hallelujah, to declare once again, let there be light. I have come, Torah has now come in flesh to declare, let there be light. Let there be light. Torah has come into the world again to do what? To restore his people, to restore his covenant people, and indeed the entire world back to covenant with Yahuwah, and indeed to now teach us how to walk in Torah in Ruch and in truth, He who follows me, listen, shall by no means walk in darkness. Family, bookmark that. Listen, he who follows me shall by no means walk in darkness. Walk in darkness. This is going to make sense as this teaching begins to open up. As it begins to open up. But possess the light of life. But possess the light of life. One more precept, I think. Yes, one more precept. Foundational precept before we get into this teaching. Comes to us from 1 John. Yahukanan Alaf. 1 John. Yahukanan Alaf. The first chapter. The very first chapter. And we're going to read now verse 1 through 7. Yahukanan Alaf of 1 John. The first chapter. Verse 1 through 7. Beginning at verse 1. It reads. What was from the beginning, what we have heard, what we have seen with our eyes, what we have looked upon, and our hands have handled, concerning the word of life. Again, he's making the case here again that Torah is life. That Torah is life, because we understand that Torah is Yahuwah. And only in Yahuwah is there life. Only in the Ruch is there life. Only in Ruch is there life. Only in Yahuwah is there life. And the life was manifested, and we have seen and bear witness, and announced to you that everlasting life which was with the Father and was manifested to us. We announce to you what we have seen and heard, so that you too might have fellowship with us. And truly our fellowship is with the Father and with the Son, Yahushua Mashiach. And we write this to you in order that your gladness might be complete. And this is the message which we have heard from him and announced to you. That Elohim is light. That Elohim is light. That Elohim is Torah. Elohim is Torah. Elohim is light. And in him, listen family, in him is no darkness. In him is no darkness at all. Family, I need you to get this because this speaks to the grand deception. This speaks to the grand deception with respect to Freemasonry being the worship of Namrud, and how that applies to Namrud and the people of rebellion. This speaks to the grand deception that is going to be exposed this day. The Elohim is light and in him is no darkness at all. If we say that we have fellowship with him and walk in darkness, we lie and are not doing the truth. But if we walk in the light, as he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Yahushua Messiah, his son, cleanses us from all sin. So if we walk in Torah, as in spirit and in truth, I need to make that disclaimer. As we walk in Torah, in Ruch and in truth, as he is Torah, then we will have fellowship with him. Then we will have fellowship with him, with one another, and the blood of Yahushua, Mashiach, his son, will cleanse us from all sin. From all sin. Family, before we get into this teaching, Yahuwah wants us to understand one fundamental thing here. And that is this. There is darkness and there is light. There is darkness and there is light. There is Torah and there is darkness. There is Torah and there is darkness. Listen, family. Walking in the shade, do you hear me? Walking in the shade is still darkness. It's still darkness. If you're not walking wholly in the light, if we are walking, even if we're walking in the shade, a mixture of light and darkness is still darkness. Because there is no mixture. There is no in between. Either you're walking in Torah or you're walking in darkness. There is no in between. There is no in between. And so when we come across those difficult decisions, and as many will say in the Christian circuit, he knows my heart. Indeed he does. And he knows that it's wicked. He knows that it's wicked. He knows that it is wicked as hell. He knows it. He knows who are his. And he knows who are going to obey him. Either we are going to walk in Torah or we're going to walk in darkness. Walking in shade, compromising, walking a mixture of light and darkness is still darkness. It's still darkness. It is not light. It is not light. So in other words, either we are walking wholly in the light or we are walking in rebellion. Do you hear me? Either we are walking wholly in the light or we're walking in rebellion. We're walking in rebellion. Indeed, Freemasonry is the worship of Namrud, and the people of rebellion. And the people of rebellion. Partial obedience, family, is disobedience. Partial obedience is disobedience. There is no shaded or gray areas in this walk. This is very foundational, family, because now if we are not in this path, if we are not in this path of righteousness, if we're not in this path of light, then we're going to fall victim to this grand deception that has captured the whole world. And he's going to uncover it. He's going to uncover it this day. And so we must walk wholly in light. If we walk, if any part of our body is walking in shade, consistently walking in shade, then it's still darkness. It's still darkness. There is light and darkness, obedience and rebellion. There is no in between. There is no in between. And so I had to lay those foundational texts I had to lay those foundational texts just so we know what darkness is and so we know what light is. I know you know already, but the foundation had to be laid. Perhaps someone is listening who doesn't know. And so now that that foundation is laid, now let's take a look now at the original rebel. Let's take a look at the original rebel. In other words, let's take a look at the original sinner. Let's take a look at the original sinner. Now, there's a difference, family, in looking at the abarit. The word kata means sin in the singular. Kata, K-H-A-T-A-H, K-H-A-T-T-A-H. Kata, it means sin, and kata'a, it means sins, plural. But there is a difference between committing a sin and being a sinner. A sinner implies someone who is walking in unrepentant sin. And so now we're going to take a look at the original rebel, the original sinner, who in fact never repented, in fact could never repent. There was no repentance for him. And so he is the original rebel, the original sinner, and his desire is to create rebels, to create children of sin. Sinners who remain in perpetual sin like him. And so looking now at Ezekiel or YAHUAH'S, the 28th chapter, Ezekiel, the 28th chapter, we're going to read now verses 11 through 19. We're just taking a look at the original rebel. Who was the original rebel? Beginning at verse 11 of chapter 28 of YAHUAH'S, or Ezekiel, commonly called Ezekiel, 28th chapter, beginning at verse 11, we read, "And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation for the sovereign of Zur. And you shall say to him, Thus said the Master Yahuwah, you were sealing up a pattern, complete in Hakma, perfect in loveliness." Listen, family, as the text describes the first rebel. Listen as the text describes our enemy, our adversary. Complete in Hakma, and perfect in loveliness. You were in Adam, the garden of Elohim. Every precious stone was your covering, the ruby, topaz, and diamond, and beryl, and shuham, and jasper, sapphire, and turquoise, and emerald, and gold. The workmanship of your settings and mountings was prepared for you on the day you were created. And so here, this text is describing our adversary. It is describing who we are up against. It is describing the first rebel. And one of the things that is significant so far about what we have read is that we now see that he was complete in Hakma and perfect in loveliness, perfect in beauty. He was beautiful. He was very beautiful. He was a very beautiful creation, and he was perfect in Hakma. The next thing that is revealed to us is that he was in the garden of Adam, the garden of Elohim. The next thing that is revealed to us is that every precious stone was his covering. This is very significant. What is this text telling us? It is telling us that Hashatan wore the breastplate of a Kahan. These are the stones of a Kahan that Aharon wore and all of the Kahan Gadol wore. He was the very first. He was the Kahan Gadol. He was the Kahan Gadol of Yahuwah. He was created to be a Kahan Gadol until he fell. And so the next thing is that we understand now is that he was a Kahan Gadol. It goes on to read, you were the anointed Karub that covered. Why was he anointed? He was anointed to be a Kahan. He was anointed to be a Kahan. The anointing is what? Is the evidence of the office of a Kahan. The anointing is the evidence of the office of a Kahan. This is why Aharon and his sons were anointed. This was the evidence of their office. This was the evidence of their office. And so Hashatan here was anointed. He was anointed. He was anointed for his office. He was a Kahan. And so now, understanding that he was anointed as a Kahan, you must now understand that he understands the anointing. He understands the anointing as it was written further above, that he was perfect in Hakmah and loveliness. So he is still crafty. He is still crafty. He is still full of Hakmah. And so he knows just how to lead Yahuwah's people astray. And indeed, he has designed a very crafty plan that has been in place since the very beginning to lead Yahuwah's people astray. To lead his people astray. And so it says here, you were the anointed Karub that covered. And I placed you, you were on the set apart mountain of Elohim. You walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. And so here, he was in the very presence of Elohim. Listen, only a Kahan can come into the presence of Yah. Only a Kahan can come into the presence of Yah. And if you have been anointed to be a Kahan in the order of Melchizedek via his Ruach HaKadosh, born not of flesh and blood, born not from the loins of Levi or Aharon, but born from the loins of Yahuwah Al-Yun, being Melchizedek, having no beginning and no end, because if we are indeed sons of Yahuwah Al-Yun, we have no end either, if we stay in him and him in us. In him and us. And so still, as Melchizedek, we are now, as a nation of Kahan, as a nation of Kahanim, we who have been ordained to come into the presence of Yah, we are now supposed to intercede for the nations. This is the duty. This is the job of a Kahan. This is the duty. This is the job of Kahan. This is why Hashatan walked before him. This is why Hashatan was in his very presence. He was supposed to intercede. He was supposed to intercede. It reads on. It reads on. I'm going to start over. And I placed you, and you were on the set apart mountain, the mountain of Elohim. He was on Mount Zion. He was on the set apart mountain of Elohim. He was in the very presence of Yah. You walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. You were perfect in your ways from the day you were created until unrighteousness. And this is the Abarit word, Aulah. Aulah. It is comprised of the Abarit letters Ayan, U, Lamet, He. Ayan, U, Lamet, He. Aulah. Until unrighteousness, and we're going to touch that in a second. Until Aulah, unrighteousness was found in you. By the greatness of your trade. By the greatness of your trade, you became filled with violence within, and you sinned. And you sinned. Now, in the KJV here, it says, by the iniquity of your traffic. By the iniquity of your traffic, by the iniquity of your traffic, you became filled with violence within, and you sinned. And you sinned. So in other words, the another duty of a Kahan is to what? Is to direct traffic. Is to direct traffic. He is, in other words, to use an analogy, a traffic cop. A traffic cop. He is supposed to direct the traffic of praise from the people to Yahuwah. He is supposed to direct the traffic of praise from the people to Yahuwah. But instead of directing the traffic of praise to Yahuwah, Hashatan instead intercepted that traffic or that praise for himself. He instead accepted that praise for himself. It says here, so I thrust you from the mountain of Elohim, and I destroyed you, O covering Karud, from the midst of the stones of fire. Your heart was lifted up because of your loveliness. You corrupted your Hakmah, which is commonly called wisdom, for the sake of your splendor. I threw you to the earth. I laid you before sovereigns to look at you. You profaned your set-apart places. You profaned your set-apart places. This is another clue to us that he was a Kahan, that he was originally a Kahan. You profaned your set-apart places by your many crookedness, by the unrighteousness of your trading. Therefore I brought forth fire from your midst. It has devoured you, and I turned you to ashes upon the earth before the eyes of all who see you. All who knew you among the peoples were astonished at you. Waste you shall be and cease to be forever. Forever. So this is the original rebel. A little bit about the original rebel. We've learned that he was very beautiful when he was created. We've learned that he was full of Hakmah. We've learned that he was a Kahan. He wore the breastplate of a Kahan. We've learned that he was anointed as a Kahan. We've learned that he then profaned his sanctuaries. He defiled his sanctuaries. That by the iniquity of his trade, he was filled with unrighteousness. In other words, he wasn't a very good traffic cop. He did not direct the traffic of praise to Yahuwah, but instead received it for himself because he got full of himself. He got full of his beauty. He was full of pride, and pride destroyed him from the inside out. Indeed, pride is a raging fire. If it is not tamed, will destroy us from the inside out. Indeed, pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before the fall. And so indeed, he is the original rebel. He is the original rebel, and indeed, he is the father of the children of rebellion. He is the father of the children of rebellion. Let's take a look now at that Abarit word. That Abarit word for unrighteousness, I believe it was. Let me go back. For unrighteousness, Aulah, Aulah, and it is Strong's Hebrew 5766. Strong's Hebrew 5766. And it is comprised of the Abarit letters Ayan, Lamet, and Hey. Ayan, Lamet, and Hey. Ayan being represented by an eye, to watch, know, understand. And Peg and U being represented by a peg, a nail, a hook, a bond, and secure. And Lamet, which is represented by a staff, to teach, to yoke, to bind. And Hey, which is represented by arms raised, look, reveal, breath. Look, reveal, breath. Look, reveal, breath. So in Aulah, we see someone who refuses to watch, to know, and to understand. We see someone via the U who refuses now to be joined, because U is represented by a tent, peg, a nail, a hook, a bond. We see someone who refused to be joined to who? To the Lamet. Lamet is a representation of a shepherd's staff, a shepherd's goal. We see someone who refuses to be joined to the shepherd, which is represented by a Lamet, who refuses to be taught, who refuses to be yoked to the shepherd, who refuses to be bound to him, who refuses to be bound to him, and Hey, which means arms raised, look, reveal, breath, in which Yahuwah is revealed. Yahuwah is revealed. He is only revealed to those who are what? join to him, and who do not rebel against him, and who sit at his feet to be taught by him, and who sit at his feet to be taught by him. To be taught by him. Still talking now about the first rebellion, the first rebel who refused to be shepherded, who refused to be taught, who refused to be joined to the shepherd, who refused these things. He refused knowledge. He refused understanding of Yahuwah. He refused to be shepherded by him, refused to be taught by him. This is rebellion. This is indeed what unrighteousness means in the Abarit tongue. Still talking about the first rebel, we're reading here now from YAHUAH'S Isaiah, the 14th chapter. YAHUAH'S Isaiah, the 14th chapter. Still learning a little bit about the first rebel. Still learning a little bit about his characteristics. The characteristics of the first rebel. Reading in YAHUAH'S Isaiah, the 14th chapter, we're going to read verse 12 through 23. Verse 12 through 23. Beginning at verse 12, it reads, "How you have fallen from the Shamayim, O Halal," which means the shining one. O Halal, the shining one, son of the morning. Son of the morning. We understand that he is also identified, and this is very foundational as well, as the morning star. As the morning star. The morning star is what? The morning star is the sun. The morning star is the sun. This is very foundational. "You have been cut down to the ground. You have laid low the nations, for you have said in your heart, let me go up to the Shamayim. Let me raise my throne above the stars of all, and let me sit in the mount of appointment on the sides of the north. Let me go up above the heights of the clouds. Let me be like YAHUAH'S, which is falsely called Most High. Which is falsely called Most High." Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself in this teaching, but I just need to lay this brief foundation or bring this briefly into context with respect to being the morning star or with respect to being the sun. We understand, family, that the sun is what? The sun is not the eternal light. It is not Yahuwah. It is a creation, but that the sun is the representation of the eternal light. In the beginning, Yahuwah made a distinction between night and day and night, or good and evil, and he called the day good, and he did not make the same distinction for the night. And then he created on the fourth day the sun to govern the day, which he had called good, and the moon to govern the night, which is the Abarit word for night is kashak. Kashak, which means evil, which means ignorance, which means chaos, which means darkness, among other things. And so now we understand that because he has placed a greater light to rule the day, which he has called good, that greater light now is a representation of the eternal light. It is not the eternal light, but it is a representation of the eternal light. And so one of the ways that Hashatan is getting worship in this world is that he is being worshiped as the sun. He has raised his throne above the heights of the Most High. And so being that he wants to be worshiped like Al-Yun, like Yahuwah Al-Yun, he is being worshipped in this world as the sun in various religions, So it reads on, "Let me go up to the Shamayim, let me raise my throne above the stars of all, and let me sit in the mount of appointment on the sides of the north. Let me go up above the heights of the clouds, let me be like Al-Yun. But you are brought down to Sha'ul, to the sides of the pit. Those who see you stare at you and ponder over you, saying, is this the man? Is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook reins, who made the world as a wilderness and destroyed its cities, who would not open the house of his prisoners? All the sovereigns of the nations, all of them, were laid in esteem, everyone in his own house. But you have been thrown from your burial site like an abominable branch, like the garment of those who were killed, thrust through with a sword, who go down to the stones of the pit, like a trampled corpse. You are not joined with them in the burial place, for you have destroyed your land and killed your people. Let the seed of evildoers never be mentioned. Prepare his children for slaughter because of the crookedness of their fathers, lest they raise up and possess the land and fill the face of the world with cities. And I shall rise up against them, declares Yahuwah of hosts, and shall cut off from Babal, bookmark this, and shall cut off from Babal the name and remnant and offspring and descendant, declares Yahuwah. And I shall make it a possession for the porcupine in marshes of muddy water, and shall sweep it with the broom of destruction, declares Yahuwah of hosts. And so now, learning more about our adversary, learning more about the first rebel, we see now that he desires to be worshipped as Yahuwah, and how he desires to exalt his throne above Yahuwah Al-Yum, and how in doing this, part of his deception is that now he's being worshipped as the Son. He's being worshipped as the Son, being worshipped as the representation of the eternal light. And this indeed is one way where he's leading the world astray. This is one way in which he's leading the world astray. So this was the first rebel. This was the first rebel of whom all rebellion proceeds. Of all rebellion proceeds. And so we've learned just a little bit about his characteristics. Just a little bit about his characteristics. And so now we know him just a little bit better. But from him, he being the son of perdition, yes, he being the original son of perdition, he being the original son of rebellion, and through whom all rebellion comes, and through whom all the sons of rebellion are born. So now let's take a look. Let's take a look at the first man. The first man to stay in rebellion. The first man to stay in rebellion. Now Adam, our father Adam, he did sin. He did rebel. And as was mentioned earlier, there's a difference between committing a sin and being a sinner. Adam was not a sinner. He committed sin. He committed rebellion, but he did not stay in sin. He did not stay in rebellion. But now let's take a look at the first man to stay in rebellion, of whom is Cain, his son. His son, Cain. Cain was the first man to stay in rebellion. He was the first to stay in rebellion. Now, the point has been made that Hashatan was the original, he was the original rebellious one. He was the original rebellious one. And all those who are in rebellion are his children. Are his children. All those who are in rebellion proceed from him. Proceed from him. Indeed, we're still talking about Freemasonry and how this is the grand scheme of the adversary. But Yahuwah must lay this foundation first. And so taking a look now at Cain, I'm going to read the 4th chapter of Barashith. I think I'm going to read it in its entirety. The 4th chapter of Barashith, commonly called Genesis. The 4th chapter of Barashith, commonly called Genesis. Beginning at verse 1 of the 4th chapter of Barashith, commonly called Genesis, beginning at verse 1, we read, And Adam knew Kuah, commonly called Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gained a man, Yahuwah. And again she gave birth to his brother Habal. And Habal became a keeper of sheep, but Cain became a tiller of the ground. And it came to be in the course of time that Cain brought an offering of the fruit of the ground to Yahuwah. And Habal also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. And Yahuwah looked to Habal and his offering, but he did not look to Cain and his offering. And Cain was very wroth, and his face fell. And Yahuwah said to Cain, why is he wroth towards you? And why is your face fallen? Is it not if you do good, you are to be accepted? And if you do not do good, towards the door is a sin? He is lying, and towards you is his desire, and you must rule over him. And Cain told Habal his brother. And it came to be, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Habal his brother and killed him. And Yahuwah said to Cain, where is Habal your brother? And he said, I do not know. Here is the first man to stay in rebellion. Cain had every opportunity right now when Yahuwah went to him to convict him. He had every opportunity to repent, to confess and repent of the sin that he had done. But he did not. He remained in sin. And so this now is the first man to remain in sin. Hashatan was the first to rebel, period. Cain was the first on earth to remain in rebellion. And so all that proceed from his loins, from henceforth, all that proceed from the loins of Cain are sons of rebellion, and by extension, sons of Hashatan. Sons of Hashatan. Where is Habal your brother? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's guard? And he said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. If you till the ground, it shall no longer yield its strength. If you till the ground, it shall no longer yield its strength to you. You shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth. And Cain said to Yahuwah, my punishment is too great to bear. See, you have driven me from the face of the ground today, and I am hidden from your face. I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, and it shall be that anyone who finds me kills me. And Yahuwah said to him, well, if anyone kills Cain, vengeance is taken on him sevenfold. And Yahuwah set up a sign for Cain, lest anyone finding him strikes him. So Cain went out from the presence of Yahuwah and dwelt in the land of Namrud, on the east of Adon. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Hanuk. And he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanuk. This is not righteous Hanuk. And to Hanuk was born Irad, and Irad brought forth YAHUAH'S, and YAHUAH'S brought forth Methuselah, and Methuselah brought forth Lamech, and Lamech took for himself 2 wives. The name of one was Ada, and the name of the second was Zillah. And Ada bore Yabal. He was the father of those who dwell in tents with livestock, and his brother's name was Yubal. He was the father of all those who play the lyre and flute. As for Zillah, she also bore Tubal-Cain. Tubal-Cain. Now, if you understand anything about Freemasonry, family, I need you to pray for me. I need you to pray for me because some things are being exposed. Some things are being exposed. Tubal-Cain, or Tubal-Cain, or Tubal-Cain, being a descendant of Cain. This is the password of a master mason. This is the password of a master mason. Hidden within Freemasonry is the adversary's plan. It's the adversary's plan. And so we see now Tubal-Cain is a descendant of the original son of rebellion, who is Cain, who is descendant from the very loins. Well, not from the very loins, but he is a descendant of Hashatan. He is Hashatan's son, not by Hashatan physically engaging in the act of sex with Kua, but because Hashatan entered him and he willfully walked in rebellion with Hashatan, thus becoming his son. Thus becoming his son. And so he is revealing now the sons of rebellion and how this applies to Freemasonry. How this applies to Freemasonry, because indeed this is a password of a master mason, Tubal-Cain, 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 a smith of all kinds of tools and bronze and iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain, was Naaman. And Lamech said to his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice. Wives of Lamech, listen to my words. For I have killed a man for wounding me, even a young man for hurting me. For Cain is avenged sevenfold, and Lamech 77fold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son and called his name Shaph, or commonly called Seth. For Elohim has appointed me another seed instead of Habal, because Cain had killed him. And to Shaph, to him also a son was born, and he called his name Anush. Then it was begun to call on the name of Yahuwah. To call on the name of Yahuwah. Let's take now a closer look at the first man to remain in rebellion. The first man to remain in rebellion. Again, Hashatan was the original son of rebellion. He was the original son of perdition. And Cain was the original son of perdition on the earth. He was the original son of perdition. He was the original son of rebellion on the earth. And then from his loins proceeded all of the sons of rebellion. Now again, hidden within the genealogy of Cain is Tubal-Cain, which is the password of a master mason. Indeed, hidden within Freemasonry is the adversary's plan. And Yahuwah is going to break it wide open on this day. And so now let's take a closer look at the original man who remained in rebellion, Cain, the original son of rebellion of flesh and blood, in whom and through him all sons of rebellion proceed. So now take a look now, if you have it, the forgotten books of Adam and Eve, or the forgotten books of Adam and Kua. And we're going to read quite a few chapters from this text to really open up to us and give us an understanding of the first son of rebellion, namely Cain. The forgotten books of Adam and Kua, we're going to read firstly from chapter 76. And we're going to allow Yahuwah to uncover or to reveal to us just a little bit more, to show us in detail now what the original son of rebellion looked like. What his fruit looked like. So beginning at verse 1 of the forgotten books of Adam and Kua, chapter 76, we read, And the children began to wax stronger and to grow in stature, but Cain was hard-hearted. Listen, but Cain was hard-hearted and ruled over his younger brother. And oftentimes when his father made an offering, he would remain behind and not go with him to offer up. But as to Habal, he had a meek heart. Do you hear me? But as to Habal, he had a meek heart and was obedient to his father and mother. In other words, he was not rebellious. There was no rebellion found in Habal. No rebellion found in him. He had a meek heart and was obedient to his father and mother, whom he often moved to make an offering because he loved it and prayed and fasted much. Then came this sign to Habal, as he was coming into the cave of treasures and saw the golden rods, the incense, and the myrrh. He inquired of his parents Adam and Kua concerning them, and said unto them, How did you come by these? Then Adam told him all that had befallen them. And Habal felt deeply about what his father told him. Furthermore, his father Adam told him of the works of Elohim and of the garden. And after that he remained behind his father the whole of that night in the cave of treasures. Verse 7. And that night while he was praying, Satan appeared unto him under the figure of a man, who said to him, Thou hast oftentimes moved thy father to make an offering, to fast, and to pray. Therefore I will kill thee, and make thee perish from this world. But as for Habal, he prayed to Elohim, and drove away Satan from him, and believed not the words of the devil. Then when it was day, a messenger of Elohim appeared unto him, who said to him, shorten neither fasting, prayer, nor offering up an oblation unto thy Elohim. For lo, Yahuwah has accepted thy prayer. Be not afraid of the figure which appeared unto thee in the night, and who cursed thee unto death. And the messenger departed him. I'm going to read that again, family, because we need to understand that. We need to understand this. Listen. But as for Abal, he prayed to Elohim, and drove away Satan from him. He drove away Satan from him. How? Through his prayers. Prayers drive away the adversary. And believe not the words of the devil. Then it was day. Listen. A messenger of Elohim appeared unto him, who said to him, listen, family, shorten neither fasting. Shorten neither fasting. We must continually fast. We cannot give way to the adversary. We must continually fast because he desires to kill us. He desires to kill us. And so we must continually fast and pray. So it reads here, and a messenger of Elohim appeared unto him, who said to him, shorten neither fasting, prayer, nor offering up an oblation until thy Elohim. For lo, Yahuwah has accepted thy prayer. Be not afraid of the figure which appeared unto thee in the night, and who cursed thee unto death. And the messenger departed from him. Then when it was day, Habal came to Adam and Kua, and told them of the vision he had seen. But when they heard it, they grieved much over it, yet said nothing to him about it. They only comforted him. But as to hard-hearted Cain, one of the prayers that went forth today from his servant was that Abba would soften the hardness of hearts on this day, that he would soften the proverbial soil of hearts and soften the proverbial soil of minds on this day, because there was hard-heartedness. There was hardness, and some that did not want to cry out, some that did not want to receive the Ruach of Yahuwah Al-Yun. But as to hard-hearted Cain, Satan came to him by night, showed himself, and said unto him, since Adam and Kua loved thy brother Habal much more than they loved thee, and wish to join him in marriage to thy beautiful sister, because they love him, but wish to join thee in marriage to his ill-favored sister, because they hate thee. Now therefore, I counsel thee, he's talking to Cain, Satan, talking to Cain, when they do that, to kill thy brother, then thy sister will be left for thee, and his sister will be cast away. Indeed, Satan is a toothless lion. He is a toothless lion. He himself cannot harm you and I. You see, this earth was given to flesh and blood. This earth was given to mankind. And mankind alone has a legal right to operate in this world. And so for Hashatan to operate in this world, or for any root to operate in this world, inclusive of Yahuwah, they need flesh and blood to do so. And so Hashatan needed flesh and blood in order to exercise his plans, his wicked desires to kill righteous Habal. And so this is why he uses the unrighteous against us. This is why he uses the unrighteous against us to slay Yah's righteous people, because he cannot. He cannot. He cannot do it. But see, they have programmed Yah's people through horror movies and all sorts of programming that he somehow has power over us, which he does not have. He can't harm us. He is a toothless lion. He has no right in this realm. He must use flesh and blood to do anything to you and I. And so here, wicked Cain, who was hard-hearted from the beginning, who was rebellious from the beginning, and Hashatan recognizing this, recognizing that he had the requisite hardened, rebellious soil in which to plant his seed, he went then to start speaking to him about carrying out his plans to kill righteous Habal. Righteous Habal. Verse 11. Now therefore I counsel thee, when they do that to kill thy brother, then thy sister would be left for thee, and his sister would be cast away. And Satan departed from him, but the wicked one, listen family, this is very foundational. And Satan departed from him, but the wicked one remained behind in the heart of Cain, who sought many a time to kill his brother. To kill his brother. Indeed, Freemasonry is the worship of Namrud. We're going to get to that. Namrud and the people of rebellion. And the people of rebellion who indeed are descended from Cain. Who were descended from Cain. How? Because they have the same root. They have the same spirit. They have the spirit of the wicked one who has remained behind in their hearts. In their hearts. Chapter 77 of the same book. Chapter 77. Still learning about Cain. About the first rebellious man on earth. Chapter 77 of the forgotten books of Adam and Kua. But when Adam saw that the elder brother hated the younger, he endeavored to soften their hearts, and said unto Cain, Take, O my son, of the fruits of thy sowing, and make an offering unto Elohim, that he may forgive thee thy wickedness and thy sin. He said also to Habal, Take thou of thy sowing, and make an offering, and bring it to Elohim, that he may forgive thy wickedness and thy sin. Then Habal hearkened unto his father's voice, and took of his sowing, and made a good offering, and said to his father, Adam, come with me to show me how to offer it up. Verse 4. And they went, Adam and Kua with him, and showed him how to offer up his gift upon the altar. Then after that they stood up and prayed that Elohim would accept Habal's offering. Then Elohim looked upon Habal and accepted his offering. And Elohim was more pleased with Habal than with his offering, because of his good heart and his pure body. There was no trace of guile in him. Then they came down from the altar and went to the cave in which they dwelt. But Habal, by reason of his gladness and having made his offering, repeated it 3 times a week, after the example of his father Adam. But as to Cain, he took no pleasure in offering, but after much anger on his father's part, he offered up his gift once. And when he did offer up, his eye was on his offering he made. And he took the smallest of his sheep for an offering, and his eye was again on it. Therefore Elohim did not accept this offering, because his heart was full of murderous thoughts. And they all thus lived together in the cave in which Kua had brought forth until Cain was 15 years old, and Habal 12 years old. Chapter 78 of the same book. Chapter 78 of the forgotten books of Adam and Kua, beginning at verse 1. Then Adam said to Kua, Behold, the children are grown up. We must think of finding wives for them. Then Kua answered, How can we do it? Then Adam said to her, We would join Habal's sister in marriage to Cain, and Cain's sister to Habal. Then said Kua to Adam, I do not like Cain, because he is hard-hearted. I do not like Cain, because he is hard-hearted. I do not like Cain, because he is hard-hearted. Indeed, he is revealing here the sons of rebellion, the people of rebellion, the people of rebellion. But let them bide until we offer up unto Yahuwah in their behalf. And Adam said no more. Meanwhile, Satan came to Cain in the figure of a man of the field, and said to him, Behold, Adam and Kua have taken counsel together about the marriage of you two, and they have agreed to marry Habal's sister to thee, and thy sister to him. But if it was not that I loved thee, I would not have told thee this thing. But if it was not that I loved thee, and this is how Satan talking to Cain, I would not have told thee this thing. Yet if thou wilt take my advice, and hearken to me, I will bring thee on thy wedding day beautiful robes, gold and silver and plenty, and my relations will attend thee. Then Cain said with gladness, Where are thy relations? And Satan answered, My relations are in the garden in the north, whither I once meant to bring thy father Adam, but he would not accept my offer. But thou, if thou wilt receive my words, and if thou wilt come unto me after thy wedding, thou shalt rest from the misery in which thou art, and thou shalt rest and be better off than thy father Adam. At these words of Satan, Cain opened his ears and leant towards his speech. And he did not remain in the field, but he went to Kua, his mother, and listened, and beat her, and cursed her, and said to her, Why are ye about taking my sister to wed her to my brother? Am I dead? Am I dead? We're still talking about the children of rebellion. And we're still talking about how Freemasonry is the worship of Nimrod. But Yahuwah is indeed laying a foundation to the children of rebellion. Verse 13. His mother, however, quieted him and sent him to the field where he had been. Then when Adam came, she told him of what Cain had done. But Adam grieved and held his peace and said not a word. Then on the morrow Adam said unto Cain his son, Take of thy sheep, young and good, and offer them up unto thy Elohim. And I will speak to thy brother, to make unto his Elohim an offering of corn. They both hearkened to their father Adam, and they took their offerings and offered them up on the mountain by the altar. But Cain behaved haughtily, with pride, towards his brother, and thrust him from the altar, and would not let him offer up his gift upon the altar. And he offered his own upon it with a proud heart, full of guile and fraud. But as for Habal, he set up stones that were near at hand, and upon that he offered up his gift with a heart humble, free from guile. Cain was then standing by the altar on which he had offered up his gift, and he cried unto Elohim to accept his offering. But Elohim did not accept it from him, neither did the divine fire come down to consume his offering. Indeed, this is reminiscent of Cain's father, of Hashatan, as we read a little bit further up, he being the first to rebel, and how he became full of pride, and pride consumed them from the inside out, and how he reasoned within himself that he was going to raise his throne above the throne of YAHUAH'S. Indeed, we see these same characteristics in his son Cain. We see these very same characteristics in his son Cain, consumed with pride, hard-hearted, stiff-necked, full of guile, no obedience in him, full of rebellion. But he remained, and again, as he made the disclaimer earlier, either we're walking in light or we're walking in darkness. There is no in between. Even if we're walking in shade, this is still darkness. This is still rebellion. Verse 21. But he remained standing over against the altar out of humor and wrath, looking towards his brother Habal to see if Elohim would accept his offering or not. And Habal prayed unto Elohim to accept his offering. Then a divine fire came down and consumed his offering. And Elohim smelled the sweet savor of his offering, because Habal loved him and rejoiced in him. And because Elohim was well pleased with him, he sent him a messenger of light in the figure of a man who had partaken of his offering, because he had smelled the sweet savor of his offering. And they comforted Habal and strengthened his heart. But Cain was looking on all that took place at his brother's offering, and was wroth on account of it. He was envious. He was prideful, and he was envious. Then he opened his mouth and blasphemed Elohim, because he had not accepted his offering. But Elohim said unto Cain, Wherefore is thy countenance sad? Be righteous, that I may accept thy offering. Not against me hast thou murmured, but against thyself, against thy very life. He's still giving Cain chances after chances after chance to repent. But his hard-hearted heart and stiff neck refused to repent, he had rather remained in rebellion. Verse 27. Now Elohim said this to Cain in rebuke, and because he abhorred him and his offering. And Cain came down from the altar, his color changed, and of a woeful countenance, and came to his father and mother, and told them all that had befallen him. And Adam grieved much because Elohim had not accepted Cain's offering. But Habal came down rejoicing, and with a gladsome heart, and told his father and mother how Elohim had accepted his offering, and they rejoiced at it and kissed his face. And Habal said to his father, because Cain thrust me from the altar, and would not allow me to offer my gift upon it, I made an altar for myself, and offered my gift upon it. But when Adam heard this, he was very sorry, because it was the altar he had built at first, and upon which he had offered his own gifts. As to Cain, he was so sullen and so angry that he went into the field where Satan came to him and said to him, since thy brother Habal has taken refuge with thy father Adam, because thou didst thrust him from the altar, they have kissed his face, and they have rejoiced over him for more than over thee. When Cain heard these words of Satan, he was filled with rage, and he let no one know, but he was laying wait to kill his brother until he brought him into the cave, and then said to him, O brother, the country is so beautiful, and there are such beautiful and pleasurable trees in it, and charming to look at. But brother, thou hast never been one day in the field to take thy pleasure therein. Today, O my brother, I very much wish thou wouldest come with me into the field, to enjoy thyself into Barak our fields, commonly called blessed, or incorrectly called blessed, Barak, our fields and our flocks. For thou art righteous, and I love thee much, O my brother, but thou hast estranged thyself from me. Oh, a flattering tongue, a flattering tongue. We must always be leery of a flattering tongue. It was the very same flattering tongue which is speaking through him now that flattered Kua and caused her to partake of the fruit and caused her to give the fruit to Adam. Beware of flattering tongues. Beware of flattering tongues of people who are overcompensating in their flattery towards us, because there's usually an ulterior motive to their flattery. Verse 36, then Habal consented to go with his brother Cain into the field. But before going out, Cain said to Habal, wait for me until I fetch a staff, because of wild beasts. Then Habal stood waiting in his innocence. He was pure of heart. He was innocent. He loved his brother, and his love for his brother cost him his life. But Cain, the forward, fetched a staff and went out. Again, indeed, I just want to pause here just a minute, family. Don't allow your love for your brother, who is a seed of Cain, who is a seed of Hashatan, who has the same blood coursing that has the same blood coursing through his veins, who have the same mother and father. Do not let this brother, do not allow your love for that brother or that sister cost you your life. Do not let it, do not allow it to cost you your life. Do not allow it. Then Habal stood waiting in his innocence, but Cain, the forward fetched a staff and went out. And they began, Cain and his brother Habal to walk in the way, Cain talking to him and comforting him, all a flattering tongue, and comforting him to make him forget everything. Chapter 79. Chapter 79 of the Forgotten Books of Adam and Kua. Chapter 79, beginning at verse 1. And so they went on until they came to a lonely place where there were no sheep. Then Habal said to Cain, behold, my brother, we are weary of walking, for we see none of the trees, nor of the fruits, nor of the verdure, nor of the sheep, nor any one of the things of which thou didst tell me. Where are those sheep of thine thou didst tell me to Barak? Then Cain said to him, come on, and presently thou shalt see many beautiful things. But go before me until I come up to thee. Then went Habal forward, but Cain remained behind him. And Habal was walking in his innocence. Without guile, not believing his brother would kill him. Then Cain, when he came up to him, comforted him with his talk, walking a little behind him. Then he hastened and smote him with the staff, blow upon blow, until he was stunned. But when Habal fell down upon the ground, seeing that his brother meant to kill him, he said to Cain, O my brother, have pity on me. By the breast we have sucked, smite me not. By the womb that bare us and that brought us into the world, smite me not unto death with that staff. If thou wilt kill me, take one of these large stones and kill me outright. Then Cain, the hard-hearted, and cruel murderer, took a large stone and smote his brother with it upon the head until his brain oozed out, and he weltered in his blood before him. And Cain repented not. Listen, Cain repented not of what he had done. He was the original man of rebellion. But the earth, when the blood of righteous Habal fell upon it, trembled as it drank his blood, and would have brought Cain to naught for it. And the blood of Habal cried mysteriously to Elohim to avenge him of his murder. Then Cain began at once to dig the earth wherein to lay his brother, for he was trembling from the fear that came upon him when he saw the earth tremble on his account. He then cast his brother into the pit he made and covered him with dust, but the earth would not receive him, but it threw him up at once. And again did Cain dig the earth and hid his brother in it, but again did the earth throw him up on itself, until 3 times did the earth thus throw up on itself the body of Habal. The muddy earth threw him up the first time, because he was not the first creation, and it threw him up the second time, and would not receive him, because he was righteous and good, and was killed without a cause. And the earth threw him up the third time, and would not receive him, that there might remain before the brother a witness against him. And so did the earth mock Cain, until the word of Elohim came to him concerning his brother. Then was Elohim angry and much displeased at Habal's death, and he thundered from Shamayim, and lightnings went before him. And the word of Yahuwah Elohim came from Shamayim to Cain, and said unto him, Where is Habal thy brother? Then Cain answered with a proud heart. Listen. Then Cain answered with a proud heart and a gruff voice, How, O Elohim, am I my brother's keeper? Then Elohim said unto Cain, Cursed be the earth that has drunk the blood of Habal, thy brother, and thou be thou trembling and shaking, and this will be a sign unto thee, that whosoever finds thee shall kill thee. But Cain wept because Elohim had said those words to him, and Cain said unto him, O Elohim, whosoever finds me shall kill me, and I shall be blotted out from the face of the earth. Then Elohim said unto Cain, Whosoever shall find thee shall not kill thee, because before this Elohim had been saying to Cain, I shall forge 7 punishments on him who kills Cain. Listen, for as the word of Elohim to Cain, where is thy brother? Listen, Elohim said it in compassion for him to try and make him repent. Now Elohim said it in compassion for him to try and make him repent. Indeed, there is a difference between committing a sin and being a sinner. Remaining in rebellious sin. You see, it is those who remain in rebellious sin of whom Elohim rejects. It is those who remain in rebellious sin, these are the ones that Elohim rejects. Now, most will say, even in the Christian church, and elsewhere that I don't remain in willful, disobedient or rebellious sin. Because why? Because their sins have been hidden from them. Indeed, there is light and there is darkness. There is light and there is obscurity. There is obscurity. Part of the plan of the adversary is to hide sin. It's to hide sin via darkness so that people do not understand and do not know that they are walking in darkness. We're going to get more into this as Yahuwah continues to uncover the adversary's plan. For if Cain had repented at that time and had said, O Elohim, forgive me my sin, and the murder of my brother, Elohim would then have forgiven him his sin. And as to Elohim saying to Cain, cursed be the ground that has drunk the blood of thy brother. That also was Elohim's mercy on Cain. For Elohim did not curse him, but he cursed the ground, although it was not the ground that had killed Habal and had committed iniquity. For it was meet that the curse should fall upon the murderer, yet in compassion did Elohim so manage his thoughts, as that no one should know it and turn away from Cain. And he said to him, where is thy brother? To which he answered and said, I know not. Then the Creator said to him, be trembling and quaking. Then Cain trembled and became terrified. And through this sign did Elohim make him an example before all the creation as the murderer of his brother. As of the murderer of his brother. Indeed, it is written that sinners will run and tremble even when no one is chasing them. Even when no one is chasing them. Also did Elohim bring trembling and terror upon him, that he might see the peace, the shalom, which he was at first, and see also the trembling and terror he endured at the last, so that he might humble himself before Elohim and repent of his sin and seek the shalom he enjoyed at first. My. And in the word of Elohim that said, I will forego 7 punishments on whomsoever kills Cain. Elohim was not seeking to kill Cain with the sword, but he sought to make him die of fasting and praying and weeping by the hard rule unto the time that he was delivered from his sin. And the 7 punishments are the 7 generations during which Elohim awaited Cain for the murder of his brother. But as to Cain, ever since he had killed his brother, he could find no rest in any place, but went back to Adam and Kua trembling, terrified and defiled with blood. Terrified with blood. Turn now to the second book of Adam and Kua. The second book of Adam and Kua, chapter 1. The second book of Adam and Kua, chapter 1. Beginning at verse 1. When Luluah, and this is Habal's sister, when Luluah heard Cain's words, she wept and went to her father and mother and told them how that Cain had killed his brother Habal. Then they all cried aloud and lifted up their voices and slapped their faces and threw dust upon their heads and rent asunder their garments and went out and came to the place where Habal was killed. And they found him lying on the earth, killed, and beasts around him, while they wept and cried because of this just one. From his body, by reason of his purity, went forth a smell of sweet spices. And the dawn carried him, his tears streaming down his face, and went to the cave of treasures, where he laid him, and wound him up with his sweet spices and myrrh. And Adam and Kua continued by the burial of him in great grief 140 days. Habal was 15.5 years old, Cain 17 years old and a half. As for Cain, when the mourning for his brother was ended, he took his sister Luluah and married her without leave from his father and mother, for they could not keep him from her by reason of their heavy heart. He then went down to the bottom of the mountain, away from the garden, near the place where he had killed his brother. And in that place were many fruit trees and forest trees. His sister bare him children, who in their turn began to multiply by degrees until they filled that place. But as for Adam and Kua, they came not together after Habal's funeral for 7 years. After this, however, Kua conceived, and while she was with child, Adam said to her, Come, let us take an offering and offer it up unto Elohim, and ask him to give us a fair child, in whom we may find comfort, and whom we may join in marriage to Habal's sister. Then they prepared an offering and brought it up to the altar and offered it before Yahuwah, and began to entreat him to accept their offering and to give them a good offspring. And Elohim heard Adam and accepted his offering. Then they worshipped Adam. Kua, and their daughter, and came down to the cave of treasures, and placed a lamp in it to burn by night and by day before the body of Habal. Then Adam and Kua continued fasting and praying until Kua's time came that she should be delivered. And when she said to Adam, I wish to go to the cave and in the rock to bring forth in it. And he said, Go and take with thee thy daughter to wait on thee. But I will remain in this cave of treasures before the body of my son Habal. Then Kua hearkened to Adam, and went, she and her daughter, but Adam remained by himself in the cave of treasures. Chapter 2 of the second book of Adam and Kua. Chapter 2 of the second book of Adam and Kua. And Kua brought forth a son, perfectly beautiful in figure and in countenance. His beauty was like that of his father Adam, yet more beautiful. Then Kua was comforted when she saw him, and remained 8 days in the cave. Listen, family, because this is Torah. This is Torah that is being repeated in your listening. This is Torah. Indeed, Torah is eternal. Torah is light. Torah is Yahuwah. And so we understand now that a woman is to remain, after she has given birth to a son, she is to remain in her uncleanness for 7 days. And then on the 8th day, the child is to be circumcised. And then she is remaining in her uncleanness an additional 33 days. And after a total of 40 days, then she will be clean. She will be declared clean. This is Torah. And there's a deeper context to that. We're not going to address that. But I'm reading this to show, or I'm speaking this to show that this book, the forgotten book of Adam and Kua, is indeed an ancient text. It is indeed an ancient text which is full of Torah. Indeed, we've been reading Torah all along with respect to the offerings that have gone forth. Verse 2, then Kua was comforted when she saw him, and remained 8 days in the cave. And then she sent her daughter unto Adam to tell him to come and see the child and name him. Indeed, this is when the child receives his name and is circumcised on the 8th day. And this was instituted in the very beginning because Yahuwah is the eternal Torah. He is the eternal light. But the daughter stayed in his place by the body of her brother until Adam returned, so did she. But when Adam came and saw the child's good looks, his beauty, and the perfect figure, he rejoiced over him and was comforted for Habal. Then he named the child Shaph, or Seth. That means that Elohim has heard my prayer and has delivered me out of my affliction. But it means also power and strength. Then after Adam had named the child, he returned to the cave of treasures, and his daughter went back to her mother. But Kua remained in her cave until when? Until 40 days. This is Torah. Were fulfilled when she came to Adam and brought with her the child and her daughter. And they came to a river of water where Adam and his daughter washed themselves because of their sorrow for Habal, but Kua and the babe washed for purification. Indeed, this is Torah. After 40 days, the woman has to wash. She has to wash, and she has to bring an offering. This is Torah. Torah is eternal. Then they returned and took an offering. Listen, this is Torah. Then they returned and took an offering, because this is required after 40 days. After the woman has been declared clean, after she is washed, she has to bring an offering. They then returned and took an offering and went to the mountain and offered it up for the babe. And Elohim accepted their offering and sent his barakah upon them and upon their son Shaf, that they came back to the cave of treasures. This is Torah. As for Adam, he knew not again his wife Kua all the days of his life, neither was any more offspring born of them, but only those 5: Cain, Luluah, Habal, Akilah, and Shaf alone. But Shaf waxed in stature and in strength, and began to fast and pray fervently. Remaining now in the second book of Adam and Kua, let's now look at the seed of Adam, the seed of Shaf, and let's look at the seed of Cain, the rebellious one. Turn now to chapter 11 of the second book of Adam and Kua. Chapter 11 of the second book of Adam and Kua. Abba is still laying the foundation, family. It's a long foundation, but it is a necessary foundation that he must lay. Chapter 11 of the second book of Adam and Kua. Beginning at verse 1. After the death of Adam and Kua, Shaf, or commonly called Seth, severed his children and his children's children from Cain's children. Cain and his seed went down and dwelt westward below the place where he had killed his brother Habal. But Shaf and his children dwelt northwards upon the mountain of the cave of treasures, in order to be near to their father Adam. And Shaf the elder, tall and good, with a fine soul and of a strong mind, stood at the head of his people, and tended them in innocence, penitence, and meekness, and did not allow one of them to go down to Cain's children. He kept them out of darkness. He kept them out of the hidden agenda, out of the hidden plan of the adversary. And Abba, Yahuwah, is going to uncover that plan today. But because of their own purity, they were named children of Elohim. And they were with Elohim instead of the host of messengers who fell. For they continued in praises to Elohim and in singing psalms unto him in their cave, the cave of treasures. Then Shaf stood before the body of his father Adam and of his mother Kua, and prayed night and day, and asked for compassion towards himself and his children, and that when he had some difficult dealing with a child, he would give him counsel. But Shaf and his children did not like earthly work. Listen, hear me. But Shaf and his children did not like earthly work, but gave themselves to the things of Shamayim. Indeed. Now we're seeing a distinction between the people of Yah and between the children of rebellion. For they had no other thought than praises, doxologies, and psalms unto Elohim. Therefore did they at all times hear the voice of messengers, praising and esteeming Elohim from within the garden, or when they were sent by Elohim on an errand, or when they were going up to Shamayim. For Shaf and his children, by reason of their own purity, heard and saw those messengers. Then again, the garden was not far above them, but only some 15 spiritual cubits. One spiritual cubit answers to 3 cubits of man, altogether 45 cubits. Shaf and his children dwelt on the mountain below the garden. Again, this is Mount Zion. This is the mountain of Elohim. This is the mountain of Yahuwah. It is not in Jerusalem. Not the land of Jerusalem that they want us to believe is the land of Jerusalem. The mountain of Elohim is uninhabited. Mount Zion is uninhabited right now. Seth and his children dwelt on the mountain below the garden. They sowed not neither, oh Father, hallelujah. Hallelujah. This same mountain that 144,000 are going to touch down on. This same Mount Zion. This same Mount Zion, in which 144,000 are going to touch down on, and who are going to be giving lyrics to a song that no one else can sing. Self and his children dwelt on the mountain below the garden. They sowed not, neither did they reap. They wrought no food for the body, not even wheat, but only offerings. They ate of the fruit and of trees well flavored that grew on the mountain where they dwelt. Then Shaph often fasted every 40 days, as did also his eldest children. For the family of Shaph smelled the smell of the trees in the garden when the wind blew that way. They were happy, innocent, without sudden fear. There was no jealousy, no evil action, no hatred among them. There was no animal passion. From no mouth among them went forth either foul words or curse, neither evil counsel nor fraud. Oh, sounds like we're talking about a remnant. Sounds like we're talking about a remnant. For the men of that time never swore, but under hard circumstances when men must swear, they swore by the blood of Habal the just. But they constrained their children and their women every day in the cave to fast and pray, and to worship all Yum. They baruched themselves in the body of their father Adam, and anointed themselves with it, and they did so until the end of Shaph drew near. Chapter 12 of the second book of the chapter 12 of the second book of Adam and Kua. Chapter 12 of the second book of Adam and Kua, beginning at verse 1. Then Shaph the just called his son Anush and Hanan, son of Anush, and Mahalalel, son of Canaan, and said unto them, as my end is near, I wish to build a roof over the altar on which gifts are offered. They hearkened to his commandment, and went out, all of them, both old and young, and worked hard at it, and built a beautiful roof over the altar. And Shaph's thought in so doing was that a barakah should come upon the children on the mountain, and that he should present an offering for them before his death. Then when the building of the roof was completed, he commanded them to make offerings. They worked diligently at these, and brought them to Shaph their father, who took them and offered them upon the altar, and prayed Elohim to accept their offerings, to have compassion on the souls of his children, and to keep them from the hand of Shaitan. And Elohim accepted his offering, and sent his barakah upon him and upon his children. And then Elohim made a promise to Shaph, saying, at the end of the great 5 days and a half, 5,500 years, concerning which I have made a promise, to thee and to thy father, I will send my word and save thee and thy seed. And Seth and his children and his children's children met together and came down from the altar and went to the cave of treasures, where they prayed and baruched themselves, or mistakenly or falsely called blessed, baruched themselves in the body of our father Adam, and anointed themselves with it. But Shaph abode in the cave of treasures a few days, and then suffered sufferings unto death. Then Anush, his firstborn son, came to him, when Hanan, his son, and Mahalalel, Hanan's son, and Yared, the son of Mahalalel, and Kanuk, commonly called Enoch, Yared's son, with their wives and children, to receive a barakah from Shaph. Then Shaph prayed over them, and baruched them, and adjured them by the blood of Habal the just, saying, listen, I beg of you, my children, not to let one of you go down from this set apart and pure mountain. Make no fellowship with the children of Cain, the murderer, and the sinner. Have no fellowship with the works of darkness. Have no fellowship with the works of darkness. Make no fellowship with the children of Cain, the murderer, and the sinner, who killed his brother. For ye know, O my children, that we flee from him, and from all his sin, with all our might, because he killed his brother Habal. After having said this, Shaph Baruch Anush, his firstborn son, and commanded him habitually to minister in purity before the body of our father Adam all the days of his life, then also to go at times to the altar which he, Shaph, had built. And he commanded him to feed his people in righteousness, in judgment, and purity all the days of his life. Then the limbs of Shaph were loosened, his hands and feet lost all power, his mouth became dumb and unable to speak, and he gave up the ghost and died in the day after his 912th year, on the 27th day of the month of Abib, the first month of the new year, Chanuk being then 20 years old. Then they wound up carefully the body of Shaph and embalmed him with sweet spices and laid him in the cave of treasures on the right side of his father Adam's body. And they mourned him for 40 days. They offered gifts for him as they had done for our father Adam. After the death of Shaph, Anush rose at the head of his people, whom he fed in righteousness and judgment as his father had commanded him. But by the time Anush was 820 years old, Cain had a large progeny, for they married frequently, being given to animal lust. Indeed, this is a distinction being made between the children of rebellion, and children of righteousness, between light and darkness, until the land below the mountain was filled with them. Chapter 13, second book of Adam and Kua, chapter 13, beginning at verse 1. In those days lived Lamech, the blind, who was of the sons of Cain. He had a son whose name was Atum, and they had too much cattle. But Lamech was in the habit of sending them to feed with a young shepherd who tended them, and who, when coming home in the evening, wept before his grandfather and before his father, Atum, and his mother, Hazina, and said to them, As for me, I cannot feed those cattle alone, lest one rob me of some of them, or kill me for the sake of them. For among the children of Cain, there was much robbery. Murder, and sin. Then Lamech pitied him, and he said, Truly, he when alone might be overpowered by the men of this place. So Lamech arose, took a bow he had kept ever since he was a youth. He became blind, and he took large arrows and smooth stones and a sling which he had, and went to the field with the young shepherd, and placed himself behind the cattle, while the young shepherd watched the cattle. Thus did Lamech many days. Meanwhile, Cain, ever since Elohim had cast them out, and had cursed them with trembling and terror, could neither settle nor find rest in any one place, but wandered from place to place. In his wanderings he came to Lamech's wives, and asked them about him. They said to him, He is in the field with the cattle. Then Cain went to look. Excuse me, family. Then Cain went to look for him. And as he came into the field, the young shepherd heard the noise he made, and the cattle herding together from before him. Then said he to Lamech, O my master, is that a wild beast or a robber? And Lamech said to him, Make me understand which way he looks when he comes up. Then Lamech bent his bow, placed an arrow on it, and fitted a stone in the sling. And when Cain came out from the open country, the shepherd said to Lamech, Shoot, behold, he is coming. Then Lamech shot at Cain with his arrow and hit him in his side. And Lamech struck him with a stone from his sling that fell upon his face and knocked out both his eyes. Then Cain fell at once and died. Then Lamech and the young shepherd came up to him and found him lying on the ground. Now, family, we understand, before I go a little further, that out of the mouth of two or more witnesses, let every matter be established. And so Yahuwah does not establish a matter unless it is established by the mouth of two or three witnesses. And so This has a witness in the book of Jasher. This has a witness in the book of Jasher, and so this matter is established. What we're reading here, this matter is established. Verse 12. Then Lamech and the young shepherd came up to him and found him lying on the ground. And the young shepherd said to him, It is Cain, our grandfather, whom thou hast killed, O my master. Then was Lamech sorry for it, and from the bitterness of his regret, he clapped his hands together and struck with his flat palm the head of the youth, who fell as if dead. But Lamech thought it was a feint. So he took up a stone and smote him and smashed his head until he died. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Again, we're reading this to show you, Abba is allowing us to read this to show us the characteristics of the children of rebellion, which are children of Cain. And he showed us earlier on where Tubal-Cain or Tubal-Cain is in the lineage of Cain, the rebellious one. And he showed us now that Tubal-Cain or Tubal-Cain is the password of a master mason. Indeed, hidden within Freemasonry is the plan of rebellion. It is the worship of the rebellious one. It is the plan hidden within it is the plan of the adversary to lead the whole world astray. The whole world astray. This is going to be uncovered as we go on. Chapter 14. When Anush was 900 years old, all the children of Shaph and of Cain, of Canaan, and his firstborn, with their wives and children, gathered around him, asking for a barakah from him. He then prayed over them and baruched them and adjured them by the blood of Habal the just, saying to them, Let no one of your children go down from this set-apart mountain, and let them make no fellowship with the children of Cain, the murderer. Then Anush called his son Canaan and said to him, See, O my son, and set thy heart on thy people, and establish them in righteousness and in innocence, and stand ministering before the body of our father Adam all the days of thy life. After this Anush entered into rest, aged 985 years, and Canaan wound him up and laid him in the cave of treasures on the left of his father Adam, and made offerings for him after the custom of his fathers. Chapter 15. Second book of Adam and Kua, chapter 15. Beginning at verse 1. After the death of Anush, Canaan stood at the head of his people in righteousness and innocence, as his father had commanded him. He also continued to minister before the body of Adam inside the cave of treasures. Then when he had lived 910 years, suffering and affliction came upon him, and when he was about to enter into rest, all the fathers with their wives and children came to him, and he baruched them and adjured them by the blood of Habal the just, saying to them, Let not one among you go down from this set-apart mountain, and make no fellowship with the children of Cain, the murderer. Mahalalel, his firstborn son, received this commandment from his father, who had baruched him, and died. Then Mahalalel embalmed him with sweet spices and laid him in the cave of treasures with his fathers, and they made offerings for him after the custom of their fathers. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Then Mahalalel stood over his people and fed them in righteousness and innocence, and watched them to see they held no intercourse with the children of Cain. With the children of Cain, indeed, we are still not to intermarry with them. We are still not to intermarry with the children of Cain. We're not to give our sons to their daughters, and we're not to give our daughters to their sons. We're still not to intermingle with them. He also continued in the cave of treasures, praying and ministering before the body of our father Adam, asking Elohim for compassion on himself and on his people, until he was 870 years old, when he fell sick. Then all his children gathered unto him to see him and to ask for his barakah on them, all are the ere he left this world. Then Mahalalel arose and sat on his bed, his tears streaming down his face, and he called his eldest son Yarad, who came to him. He then kissed his face and said to him, O Yarad, my son, I adjure thee by him who made Shamayim and earth, to watch over thy people, and to feed them in righteousness and in innocence, and not let one of them go down from this set apart mountain to the children of Cain, lest he perish with them. Hear, O my son, hereafter there shall come a great destruction. Indeed, is coming a great destruction for the children of rebellion upon this earth on account of them. On account of them, the children of Cain, the children of rebellion. Elohim will be angry with the world and will destroy them with waters. But I also know that thy children will not hearken to thee, and that they will go down from this mountain and hold intercourse with the children of Cain, and that they shall perish with them. O my son, teach them and watch over them, that no guilt attach thee on their account. Mahalalel said moreover to his son Yarad, when I die, embalm my body and lay it in the cave of treasures by the bodies of my fathers. Then stand thou by my body and pray to Elohim, and take care of them and fulfill thy ministry before them until thou enterest into rest thyself. Mahalalel then Baruch all his children, and then lay down on his bed and entered into rest like his fathers. But when Yarad saw that his father Mahalalel was dead, he wept and sorrowed and embraced and kissed his hands and his feet, and so did all his children. And his children embalmed him carefully and laid him by the bodies of his fathers. Then they arose and mourned for him 40 days. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Then Yarad kept his father's commandment, arose like a lion over his people. He fed them in righteousness and innocence, and commanded them to do nothing without his counsel. For he was afraid concerning them, lest they should go to the children of Cain. Wherefore did he give them orders repeatedly, and continued to do so until the end of the 485th year of his life. In the end of these said years there came unto him this sign, and Yarad was standing like a lion before the bodies of his fathers, praying and warning his people. Satan envied him and wrought a beautiful apparition, because Yarad would not let his children do aught without his counsel. Satan then appeared to him with 30 men of his host in the form of handsome men. Satan himself being the elder and tallest among them with a fine beard. They stood at the mouth of the cave and called out Yarad from within it. He then came out to them and found them looking like fine men, full of light and of great beauty. He wondered at their beauty and at their looks, and thought within himself whether they might not be of the children of Cain. He said also in his heart, as the children of Cain cannot come up to the height of this mountain, and none of them is so handsome as these appear to be, and among these men there is not one of my kindred. They must be strangers. Then Yarad and they exchanged a greeting, and he said to the elder among them, O my father, explain to me the wonder that is in thee, and tell me why these are with thee, for they look to me like strange men. Then the elder began to weep, and the rest wept with him. And he said to Yarad, I am Adam who Elohim made first, and this is Habal, my son, whom was killed by his brother Cain, and to whose heart Shaitan put to murder him. Then this is my son Shaph, whom I asked of Yahuwah, who gave him to me to comfort me instead of Habal. Then this one is my son Anush, son of Shaph, and that other one is Hanan, son of Anush, and that other one is Mahalalel, son of Hanan, thy father. But Yarad remained wondering at their appearance, and at the speech of the elder to him. Then the elder said to him, Marvel not, O my son, we live in the land north of the garden which Elohim created before the world. He would not let us live there, but placed us inside the garden, below which you are now dwelling. But after that I transgressed, he made me come out of it, and I was left to dwell in this cave. Great and sore troubles come upon me, and when my death drew near, I commanded my son Shaph to tend his people well. And this my commandment is to be handed from one to another, unto the end of the generations to come. But, O Yarad, my son, we live in beautiful regions, while you live here in misery, as this thy father Mahalalel informed me, telling me that a great flood will come and overwhelm the whole earth. Therefore, O my son, fearing for your sakes, I rose and took my children with me, and came hither for us to visit thee and thy children. But I found thee standing in this cave weeping, and thy children scattered about this mountain in the heat and in misery. But, O my son, as we missed our way and came as far as this, we found other men below this mountain who inhabit a beautiful country, full of trees and of fruits, and of all manner of verdure. It is like a garden, so that when we found them, we thought that they were you, until thy father Mahalalel told me that they were no such thing. Now therefore, O my son, hearken to my counsel, and go down to them, thou and thy children. You will rest from all this suffering in which ye are. But if thou wilt not go down to them, then arise, take thy children, and come with us to our garden. Ye shall live in our beautiful land, and ye shall rest from all this trouble which thou and thy children are now bearing. But Yarad, when he heard this discourse from the elder, wondered and went hither and thither, but at that moment he found not one of his children. Then he answered and said to the elder, Why have you hidden yourselves until this day? And the elder replied, If thy father had not told us, we should not have known it. Then Yarad believed his words were true. So that elder said to Yarad, Wherefore didst thou turn about, so and so? And he said, I was seeking one of my children to tell him about my going with you, and about their coming down to those about whom thou hast spoken to me. When the elder heard Yarad's intentions, he said to him, Let alone that purpose at present, and come with us. Thou shalt see our country. If the land in which we dwell pleases thee, we and thou shall return hither, and take thy family with us. But if our country does not please thee, thou shalt come back to thine own place. And the elder urged Yarad to go before one of his children came to counsel him otherwise. Yarad then came out of the cave and went with them and among them, and they comforted him until they came to the top of the mountain of the sons of Cain. Then said the elder to one of his companions, We had forgotten something by the mouth of the cave, and that is the chosen garment we had brought to clothe Yarad withal. He then said to the one of them, Go back thou, someone, and we will wait for thee here until thou come back. Then we will clothe Yarad, and he shall be like us, good, handsome, and fit to come with us and to our country. Then that one went back, but when he was a short distance off, the elder called to him and said to him, Tarry thou until I come up and speak to thee. Then he stood still, and the elder went up to him and said to him, One thing we forgot at the cave, it is this, to put out the lamp that burns inside it, above the bodies that are therein. Then come back to us quick. That one went, and the elder came back to his fellows and to Yarad, and they came down from the mountain, and Yarad with them, and they stayed by a fountain of water near the houses of the children of Cain, and waited for their companion until he brought the garment for Yarad. He then, who went back to the cave, put out the lamp, and came to them, and brought a phantom with him, and showed it them. And when Yarad saw it, he wondered at the beauty and favor thereof, and rejoiced in his heart, believing it was all true. But while they were staying there, 3 of them went into houses of the sons of Cain, and said to them, Bring us today some food by the fountain of water for us and our companions to eat. But when the sons of Cain saw them, they wondered at them, and thought, These are beautiful to look at, and such as we never saw before. So they rose and came with them to the fountain of water to see their companions. They found them so handsome that they cried aloud about their places for others to gather together and come and look at these beautiful beings. Then they gathered around to them, both men and women. Then the elder said to them, We are strangers in your land. bring us some good food and drink you and your women to refresh ourselves with you. When those men heard these words of the elder, every one of Cain's sons brought his wife, and another brought his daughter, and so many women came to them, every one addressing Yared either for himself or for his wife, all alike. But when Yared saw what they did, his very soul wrenched itself from them. Neither would he taste of their food or of their drink. The elder saw him as he wrenched himself from them and said to him, Be not sad, I am the great elder. As thou shalt see me do thyself in like manner. Then he spread his hands and took one of the women, and 5 of his companions did the same before Yared, that he should do as they did. But when Yared saw them working infamy, he wept and said to his mind, My fathers never did the like. He then spread his hands and prayed with a fervent heart and with much weeping, and entreated Elohim to deliver him from their hands. No sooner did Yared begin to pray that the elder fled with his companions, for they could not abide in a place of prayer. No sooner did Yared begin to pray than the elder fled with his companions, for they could not abide in a place of prayer. Then Yared turned round, but could not see them, but found himself standing in the midst of the children of Cain. He then wept and said, O Elohim, destroy me not with this race. Destroy me not with this race, concerning which my fathers has warned me. For now, O my Yahuwah Elohim, I was thinking that those who appeared unto me were my fathers, but I have found them out to be devils, who allured me by this beautiful apparition, until I believed them. But now I ask thee, O Elohim, to deliver me from this race, among whom I am now staying, as thou didst deliver me from those devils. Send thy messenger to draw me out of the midst of them, for I have not myself power to escape from among them. When Yared had ended his prayer, Elohim sent his messenger in the midst of them, who took Yared and set him upon the mountain and showed him the way, gave him counsel, and then departed from him. Chapter 19. Then Elohim revealed to him again the promise he had made to Adam. He explained to him the 5,500 years, and revealed unto him the mystery of his coming upon the earth. And Elohim said to Yared, As to that fire which thou hast taken from the altar to light the lamp withal, let it abide with you to give light to the bodies, and let it not come out of the cave until the body of Adam comes out of it. But O Yared, take care of the fire, that it burn bright in the lamp, neither go thou again out of the cave until thou receivest an order thou through a vision, and not in apparition when seen by thee. Then command again thy people not to hold intercourse with the children of Cain, and not to learn their ways, not to learn the ways of the heathen, not to give your daughters to their sons, and your sons to their daughters. For I am Elohim who loves not hatred. I am Elohim who loves not hatred and works of iniquity. Elohim gave also many other commandments to Yared and Baruch him, and then withdrew his word from him. Then Yared drew near with his children, took some fire, and came down to the cave and lighted the lamp before the body of Adam. And he gave the people commandments as Elohim had told them to do. This sign happened to Yared at the end of his 450th year, as also many other wonders. We do not record, but we record only this one for shortness' sake, and in order not to lengthen our narrative. And Yared continued to teach his children 80 years, but after that they began to transgress the commandments he had given them, and to do many things without his counsel. They began to go down from the set-apart mountain one after another, and to mix with the children of Cain and foul fellowships. Now the reason for which the children of Yared went down the set-apart mountains is this, that we will now reveal unto thee. Chapter 19. Then Elohim revealed to him again the promise he had made to Adam. Actually, forgive me. Chapter 20. I posted that twice. Chapter 20. After Cain had gone down to the land of dark soil, and his children had multiplied therein, there was one of them whose name was Ganun, son of Lamech, the blind, who slew Cain. But as to this Ganon, Satan came into him in his childhood, and he made sundry trumpets and horns, and string instruments, and cymbals, and psalteries, and lyres, and harps, and flutes. Listen carefully. This is one way the adversary lures Yah's people into iniquity. And he played on them at all times and at every hour. And when he played on them, Satan came into them. And when he played on them, Satan came into them, so that from among them were heard beautiful and sweet sounds that ravished the heart. Then he gathered companies upon companies to play on them, and when they played, it pleased well the children of Cain, who inflamed themselves with sin among themselves, and burnt as with fire, while Satan inflamed their hearts one with another, and increased lust among them. Satan also taught Ganun to bring strong drink out of corn, and this Ganun used to bring together companies upon companies in drink houses, and brought into their hands all manner of fruits and flowers, and they drank together. Thus did this Ganun multiply sin exceedingly. Thus did this Ganun multiply sin exceedingly. He also acted with pride, and taught the children of Cain to commit all manner of grossest wickedness, which they knew not, and put them up to manifold doings which they knew not before. Then Satan, when he saw that they yielded to Ganun and hearkened to him in everything he told them, rejoiced greatly, increased Ganun's understanding, until he took iron and with it made weapons of war. Then when they were drunk, hatred and murder increased among them. One man used violence against another, to teach him evil, taking his children and defiling them before him. And when men saw that they were overcome, and saw others that they were not overpowered, those who were beaten came to Ganun, took refuge with him, and he made them his confederates. Then sin increased among them greatly, until a man married his own sister, a daughter, a mother, or others, or the daughter of his father's sister. Again, these are the descendants. These are the descendants of Cain. And hidden within Masonry is the password, Tubal Cain, the password of the third degree. Hidden within Freemasonry is Hashatan's plan of how sin has increased. How sin has increased among us greatly, until a man married his own sister, or a daughter, a mother, and others, or the daughter of his father's sister, so that there was no more distinction or relationship, and they no longer knew that what is iniquity. They no longer knew what is iniquity, because they had no Torah. They had no Torah, but did wickedly, and the earth was defiled with sin, and they angered Elohim, the judge, who had created them. But Ganun gathered together companies upon companies that played on horns and all the other instruments we have already mentioned, at the foot of the set-apart mountain. And they did so in order that the children of Shav, who were on the set-apart mountain, would hear it. But when the children of Shav heard the noise, they wondered, and came by companies, and stood on the top of the mountain to look at those below. And they did thus a whole year. And when at the end of that year, Ganun saw that they were being won over to him little by little, Satan entered into him and taught him to make dyeing stuffs for garments of diverse patterns, and made him understand how to dye crimson and purple and whatnot. And the sons of Cain, who wrought all this and shone in beauty and gorgeous apparel, gathered together at the foot of the mountain, and splendor, with horns and gorgeous dresses and horse races, committed all manner of abominations. Meanwhile, the children of Shaf, who were on the set apart mountain, prayed and praised Elohim in the place of the hosts of messengers who had fallen, wherefore Elohim had called them messengers, because he rejoiced over them greatly. But after this, they no longer kept his commandments, nor held by the promise he had made to their fathers, but they relaxed from their fasting and praying, and from the counsel of Yerad their father. And they kept on gathering together on the top of the mountain to look upon the children of Cain from morning until evening, and upon what they did, upon their beautiful dresses and ornaments. This too will happen to us if we gaze upon the children of Cain and we lose our gaze upon the Shamayim. This too will happen to us. Then the children of Cain looked up from below and saw the children of Shaf standing in troops on top of the mountain, and they called to them to come down to them. But the children of Shaf said to them from above, we do not know the way. Then Ganun, the son of Lamach, heard them say they did not know the way, and he bethought himself how he might bring them down. Then Satan appeared to him by night, saying, there is no way for them to come down from the mountain on which they dwell. But when they come tomorrow, say to them, come ye the western side of the mountain. There you will find the way of a stream of water that comes down to the foot of the mountain between the two hills. Come down that way to us. Then when it was day, Ganun blew the horns and beat the drums below the mountains, as was his wont. The children of Shaf heard it and came as they used to do when Ganun said to them from down below, go to the western side of the mountain. There you will find the way to come down. But when the children of Shaf heard these words from him, they went back into the cave to Yerad to tell him all they had heard. Then when Yerad heard it, he was grieved, for he knew that they would transgress his counsel. After this, 100 men of the children of Shaf gathered together and said among themselves, come, let us go down to the children of Cain and see what they do and enjoy ourselves with them. But when Yerad heard this of the 100 men, his very soul was moved and his heart was grieved. He then arose with great fervor and stood in the midst of them and adjured them by the blood of Habal the just, let not one of you go down from this set apart and pure mountain in which our fathers have ordered it to dwell. But when Yerad saw that they did not receive his words, he said unto them, O my good and innocent and set apart children, know that when once you go down from this set apart mountain, Elohim will not allow you to return again to it. He again adjured them, saying, I adjure you by the death of our father Adam, and by the blood of Habal, of Shaf, of Anus, of Canaan, and of Mahalalel, to hearken to me, and not to go down from this set apart mountain. For the mountain you leave it, for the moment you leave it, you will be reft of life and of compassion, and you shall no longer be called children of Elohim, but children of the devil. But children of the devil. This is the goal, to make us children of the devil. But they would not hearken to his words. Kanuk at that time was already grown up, and in the zeal for Elohim be aroused and said, hear me, O ye sons of Shaf, small and great. When you transgress the commandment of our fathers and go down from this set apart mountain, you shall not come up hither again forever, forever, forever. But they rose up against Kanuk and would not hearken to his words, but went down from the set apart mountain. And when they looked at the daughters of Cain, at their beautiful figures, and when they looked at the daughters of Cain, at their beautiful figures, and at their hands and feet dyed with color, and tattooed in ornaments on their faces, the fire of sin was kindled in them. Then Satan made them look most beautiful before the sons of Shaf, as he also made the sons of Shaf appear of the fairest in the eyes of the daughters of Cain, so that the daughters of Cain lusted after the sons of Shaf like ravenous beasts, and the sons of Shaph after the daughters of Cain, until they committed abomination with them. But after they had thus fallen unto this defilement, they returned by the way they had come and tried to ascend the set apart mountain. But they could not. Because the stones of that set apart mountain were fire flashing before them, by reason of which they could not go up again. And Elohim was angry with them, and repented of them, because they had come down from esteem, and had thereby lost or forsaken their own purity of innocence, and were fallen into the defilement of sin. Then Elohim sent his word to YAHUAH, saying, These thy children, whom thou didst call my children, behold, I have transgressed my commandment, and have came down to the abode of perdition, to the abode of perdition, to the abode of perdition and of sin. Send a messenger to those that are left, that they may not go down and be lost. Then YAHUAH wept before YAHUAH, and asked of him compassion and forgiveness, but he wished that his soul might depart from his body. Neither then hear these words from Elohim about the going down of his children from the set apart mountain. But he followed Elohim's order, and preached unto them not to go down from the set apart mountain, and not to hold intercourse with the children of Cain. But they heeded not his message, and would not obey his counsel. So I know that was a little long, but YAHUAH needed to lay the foundation and show us the iniquity of the children of Cain, to show us the iniquity of the original son of perdition, of the original son of rebellion, and to his descendants. And reading, firstly, the foundation was laid. The foundation was laid between darkness and light, and that there is no in between darkness and light. Either we are walking in light or we're walking in darkness. The point was made that light is Torah, and that darkness is rebellion, darkness is wickedness, darkness is disobedience. The point was laid how YAHUAH showed us his righteous seed, who were walking in righteousness, who were walking in set apartness, and he showed us the distinction and the separation between his seed and the seed of Hashatan. In other words, the men whom Hashatan had entered into their hearts, and who were walking in all sorts of iniquity and rebellion. He also showed us that within the descendants of Cain, within the seed of Cain, is Tubal Cain, or Tubal Cain, who is indeed, his name is indeed the password of a third degree Mason. Tubal Cain, or Tubal Cain. And so YAHUAH made the declaration that his people were not to come down from his set apart mountain and mix with these people, and mix with the sons of perdition, and mix with the sons of rebellion. If they did that, then they could never ever return again. And see, this is what the adversary wants us to do. He wants us to mix with them so that we can never return again. But he does it with guile. He does it with guile. It is not plain to most. He does it with guile. Indeed, YAHUAH made the point that even if we walk in shade, this is still rebellion. This is still walking in darkness. And so many are being led astray because they are walking in shade. Indeed, the proclamation is still going forth. The proclamation is still going forth that we are to come out from among them, that we are not to touch the unclean thing, that we are to be separate, and YAHUAH would receive us. The proclamation is still going forth that we are to put out the leaven from amongst us, that we are to put out the sons of rebellion, that we are to put out the sons of Cain from amongst us. We are to put them out from amongst us. And so we see now just a brief glimpse of how wicked the sons of Cain were. Of how wicked they were. They were so wicked that the earth was destroyed on their behalf. It was destroyed because of them. It was destroyed because of the sons of Cain. I want you to remember now, do not forget that within the sons of Cain is hidden Freemasonry, is hidden the password of the third degree. Is hidden the third degree. And so Yahuwah destroyed all things, destroyed all life because of rebellion, because of the sons of rebellion, because of the sons of Cain. He destroyed all life. And he only saved 8 righteous souls. 8 righteous souls to begin all life over with again. From 8 righteous souls after destroying all of the sons of perdition. And so now, starting with Noach, after the flood, there now was no more rebellion in the earth. Rebellion had been eradicated. There was no more rebellion. Rebellion had been destroyed in the earth. The sons of Cain had been destroyed in the earth. They had been destroyed. But again, the point has been made that the sons of Cain are actually sons of the wicked one. They are actually sons of the wicked one. But there was no more rebellion after the flood. It was done. It was destroyed. So what happened? What happened? How did rebellion come back into the earth? How was rebellion reintroduced back into the earth? And I know the hour is running late, and so I'm going to run through some text, and we're going to try to complete this up and try to unveil this mystery so that we understand. Reading now in Genesis, the 10th chapter. Genesis, the 10th chapter. I'm going to read verse 1 through 12. You can write these texts down. We're going to run through this and so as to open up this mystery as to how the adversary is using Freemasonry to entrap all mankind. So beginning Genesis chapter 10, I'm going to read verse 1 through 12. And this is the genealogy of the sons of Noach, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yahuan, and Tubal, and Mashach, and Tiraz. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphat, and Tugama. And the sons of Yahuan, Al-Isha, and Tarshish, and Kittim, and Dudani. From these, the coastline peoples of the nations were separated into their lands, everyone according to his language, according to their clans, into their nations. And the sons of Cam, Cush, and Matzraim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Sabah, and Haulah, and Sabah, and Sapta, and Ramah, and Saptaka. And the sons of Ramah, Shaba, and Dadan. And Cush brought forth Namrud. And Cush brought forth Namrud. And he began to be a mighty one on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before Yahuwah. Therefore it is said, like Namrud, the mighty hunter before Yahuwah, and the beginning of his reign was Babal. I asked you to underline Babal earlier. And the beginning of his reign was Babal, and Arak, and Akkad, and Kalna, in the land of Shinar. From that land he went to Ashur and built Ninuah, and Rahuboth, and Kala, and Razin, between Ninuah and Kala, the great city. The great city. Let's take a look real quick at Namrud. We're going to take a real brief look at his name, and then we're going to take a look at his character. A real close look at his character, and then we're going to allow Yahuwah to open this up. So we're looking now at the name Namrud, which is Strong's Hebrew 5248. 5248, and it is Nun Mam Rash Dalet. It is also Nun Mam Rash U Dalet. So it can be pronounced Namrud Namrud or Namrud. Namrud or Namrud. But let's take a look at what his very name means. Let's take a look now at what his very name means. Many of you won't be surprised to understand that his very name means rebellion. His very name means rebellion. He was indeed the 13th generation from Adam. He was the 13th generation from Adam. He was the man of perdition after the flood. He was the one whom Hashatan entered. He was the Cain after the flood. He was the one whom Hashatan entered into his heart, and he became now the man of rebellion. He became the man of perdition. He became the man of perdition. He established rebellion, reestablished rebellion in the earth after the flood. After the flood. So let's take a brief look at his character. Let's take a brief look at his character. And we're going to read now from Jasher, the 9th chapter. Just write this down. I'm going to try to read through it quickly. Jasher, the 9th chapter, verse 20 through 39. Jasher, the 9th chapter, verse 20 through 39. And it reads, And Malach Namrud reigned securely, and all the earth was under his control. And all the earth was of one tongue and words of union. And all the princes of Namrud and his great men took counsel together, Phut, Mitzrayim, Cush, and Canaan with their families, and they said to each other, listen, family, listen, come, let us build. Come, let us build. Now, what I want you to understand is that the word mason means builder. It means builder. Mason means builder. The word mason means builder. There is within masonry what is called operative masonry and what is called speculative masonry. In operative masonry is what we're getting ready to read right now. Operative masonry is physical building of structures. It's physical building of structures. Speculative masonry is the so-called building of the spiritual haikal, of the spiritual temple. And it entails taking the tools of a mason, of an operative mason, and applying those operative tools in a speculative manner to the spiritual haikal of the human vessel, and applying it to this vessel and building up this spiritual temple into the worship of their Elohim. Into the worship of their Elohim. And so the word mason means builder. It means builder. Reading on. Come, let us build ourselves a city, in it a strong tower, its top reaching Shamayim, and we make ourselves fame, so that we may reign upon the whole world, in order that the evil of our enemies may cease from us, that we may reign mightily over them, and that we may not become scattered over the earth on account of their wars. And they all went before the Malach and told the Malach these words, and the Malach agreed with them in this affair, and he did so. And all the families assembled, consisting of about 600,000 men, and they went to seek an extensive piece of ground to build the city and the tower, and they sought in the whole earth, and they found none like one valley at the east of the land of Shinar. About 2 days' walk, they journeyed there, and they dwelt there. And they began to make bricks, and they began to make bricks, and they began to make bricks, and burn fires to build the city. To build the city. Again, this is where we get the term brick mason. Brick mason. Masons are builders. Masons are builders. This is going to make sense as Yahuwah uncovers this in just a bit. And they began to make bricks and burn fires to build the city and the tower that they had imagined to complete. And the building of the tower was unto them a transgression and a sin. A transgression and a sin, and they began to build it. In other words, it was rebellion. It was rebellion. Through Namrud, the first to rebel on the earth, rebellion spread throughout the whole earth once again. And while they were building against Yahuwah Elohim of Shamayim, they imagined in their hearts to war against him and to ascend into Shamayim, to rebel against him. And all these people and all the families divided themselves in three parts. So before I go on, I pray that you understand that Namrud and Cain are related. They're related. They're brothers. They got the same father. They have the same father. They are related. They are related. They are sons of perdition. They are sons of perdition. 2 Thessalonians talks about the son, the man of perdition. The man of perdition. And all these people and all the families divided themselves in three parts. The first said, we will ascend into Shamayim and fight against him. The second said, we will ascend to Shamayim and place our own mighty ones there and serve them. And the third part said, we will ascend to Shamayim and smite him with bows and spears. And Elohim knew all their works and all their evil thoughts, and he saw the city and the tower which they were building. And when they were building, they built themselves a great city, a very high and strong tower. And on account of its height, the mortar and bricks did not reach the builders in their extent. The builders. Again, mason means builders. Mason means builder. Indeed, the colors red, white, and blue, which comprise most of the flags of the nations of this world, the colors red, white, and blue in gematria, it means masons. It means masons. It means masons of builders. Indeed, this is Hashatan's plan. Red, white, and blue, which comprises most of the flags of this world, in gematria translates into masons of builders. Into masons of builders. In their accent to it, until those who went up had completed a full year, and after that they reached to the builders and gave them the mortar and the bricks. Thus was it done daily. And behold, these ascended, and others ascended, and others descended the whole day. And if a brick should fall from their hands and get broken, they would all weep over it. And if a man fell and died, none of them would look at him. And Yahuwah knew their thoughts, and it came to pass when they were building, they cast the arrows towards the Shamayim, and all the arrows fell upon them, filled with blood. And when they saw them, they said to each other, surely we have slain all those that are in Shamayim. But this was from Yahuwah in order to cause them to err, and in order to destroy them from the face of the ground. And they built, operative word is built, they are builders, the tower and the city, and they did this thing daily until many days and years were elapsed. And Elohim said to the 70 messengers who stood foremost before him, to those who were near to him, saying, come, let us descend and confuse their tongue, that one man shall not understand the language of his neighbor. And they did so unto them. Why 70 messengers? Because there are 70 nations and 70 tongues. There are 70 nations and 70 tongues. So 70 messengers came down and descended and confused them into 70 nations and 70 tongues. And from that day following, they forgot each man his neighbor's tongue, and they could not understand to speak in one tongue. And when the builder took from the hands of his neighbor lime or stone, which he did not order, the builder would cast it away and throw it upon his neighbor, that he would die. And they did so many days. This sounds just like the sons of Cain to me. Just like the sons of Cain 1.0. And they did so many days, and they killed many of them in this manner. And Yahuwah smote the 3 divisions that were there, and he punished them according to their works and designs. Those who said, we will ascend to Shamayim and serve our mighty ones, became like apes and elephants. And those who said, we will smite the Shamayim with arrows, Yahuwah killed them, one man through the hand of his neighbor. And the 3rd division of those who said, we will ascend to Shamayim and fight against him, Yahuwah scattered them throughout the earth. And those who were left among them, when they knew and understood the evil which was coming upon them, they forsook the building, and they also became scattered upon the face of the whole earth. And they ceased building the city, and the tower, therefore, he called that place Babal, for there Yahuwah confounded the languages, or confused the languages. Indeed, Babal means confusion of the whole earth. Behold, it was the east of the land of Shinar. And as to the tower which the sons of men built, the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up 1/3 part thereof, and fire arose, and fire also descended from Shamaim and burned another third, and the other third left to this day. And it is of that part which was aloft, and its circumference is 3 days' walk. And many of the sons of men died in that tower, a people without number. A people without number. Let's look now at Joshua 11, Joshua the 11th chapter. Just now understanding the character of Namrud. Understanding the character of Namrud. Let's read Joshua 11. Write this down and I'll read through it really quickly. Beginning at verse 1. And Namrud, son of Cush, was still in the land of Shinar, and he reigned over it and dwelt there. And he built cities in the land of Shinar. And these are the names of the 4 cities which he built, and he called their names after the occurrences that happened to them in the building of the tower. And he called the first Babal, saying, because Yahuwah there confounded the languages of the whole earth. And the name of the second he called Arak, because from there Elohim dispersed them. And the third he called Akkad, saying, this was a great battle at that place. And the fourth he called Kalna, because his princes and mighty men were consumed there, and they vexed Yahuwah. They rebelled, and transgressed against him. And when Namrud had built these cities in the land of Shinar, he placed in them the remainder of his people, his princes, and his mighty men that were left in his kingdom. And Namrud dwelt in Babal, and he there renewed his reign over the rest of the subjects, and he reigned securely, and the subjects and princes of Namrud called his name Amraphel, saying that at the tower his princes and men fell through his means. And notwithstanding, Namrud did not return to Yahuwah, just like Cain. Just like Cain, he would not return. He remained in rebellion. He remained in rebellion. Again, there's a difference between committing sin and being a sinner. He remained in rebellion, and thus he remains the man of sin, the man of rebellion, the man of perdition. And notwithstanding this, Namrud did not return to Yahuwah, and he continued in wickedness and teaching wickedness to the sons of men. And Mardum, who is also known as Tammuz, his son was worse than his father, and continued to add to the abominations of his father. And he accused, and he caused the sons of men to sin. Therefore it is said, from the wicked goeth forth wickedness. And he caused the sons of men to sin. Just like Cain. Who were both sons of their father, the wicked one, Hashatan, the original rebel. At that time there was war between the families of the children of Cam, as they were dwelling in the cities which they had built. And Kadalama, Malak of Ailam, went away from the families of the children of Cam, and he fought with them, and he subdued them, and went to the 5 cities of the plain, and he fought against them, and he subdued them, and they were under his control. And they served him 12 years, and they gave him a yearly tax. At that time died Nahor, son of Sharud, in the 49th year of the life of Abram, son of Terah. And in the 50th year of the life of Abram, son of Terah, Abram came forth from the house of Nuach, and went to his father's house. And Abram knew Yahuwah, and he went in his ways and instructions, and Yahuwah his Elohim was with him. And Terah, his father, was in those days still captain of the host of the Malak Namrud, and he still followed strange mighty ones. And Abram came to his father's house and saw 12 mighty ones standing there in their hackles, in their temples. And the anger of Abram was kindled when he saw these images in his father's house. And Abram said, As Yahuwah liveth, these images shall not remain in my father's house, so shall Yahuwah, who created me, do unto me, if 3 days' time I do not break them all. And Abram went from them, and his anger burned within him. And Abram hastened and went from the chamber to his father's outer court, and he found his father sitting in the court, and all his servants with him. And Abram came and sat before him. And Abram asked his father, saying, Father, tell me, where is Elohim, who created Shamayim and earth, and all the sons of men upon earth, and who created who created thee and me? And Terach answered his son Abram and said, Behold, those who created us are all with us in the house. And Abram said to his father, My master, show them to me, I pray thee. And Terach brought Abram into the chambers of the inner court, and Abram saw, and behold, the whole room was full of mighty ones of wood and stone, 12 great images, and others less than they without number. And Terach said to his son, Behold, these are they which made all thou seest upon earth, and which created me and thee and all mankind. And Terach bowed down to his mighty ones and went away from them, and Abram his son went away with him. And when Abram had gone from them, he went to his mother and sat before her. And he said to his mother, Behold, my father has shown me those who made Shamayim and earth, and all the sons of men. Now therefore hasten and fetch a kid from the flock, and make of it savory meat, that I may bring it to my father's mighty ones as an offering for them to eat. Perhaps I may thereby become acceptable to them. And his mother did so, and she fetched a kid and made savory meat thereof, and brought it to Abram. And Abram took the savory meat from his mother and brought it before his father's mighty ones, and he drew nigh to them, and that they might eat. And Terah his father did not know it. And Abram saw on the day when he was sitting amongst them that they had no voice, no hearing, no motion, and not one of them could stretch forth his hand to eat. And Abram mocked them and said, Surely the savory meat that I prepared has not pleased them, or perhaps it was too little for them, and for that reason they would not eat. Therefore tomorrow I will prepare fresh savory meat, better and more plentiful than this, in order that I may see the result. And it was on the next day that Abram directed his mother concerning the savory meat. And his mother rose and fetched 3 kids from the flock, and she made of them some excellent savory meat, such as her son was fond of, and she gave it to her son Abram. And Terach his father did not know of it. And Abram took the savory meat from his mother and brought it before his father's mighty ones into the chamber, and he came nigh unto them that they might eat, and he placed before them, and Abram sat before them all day, thinking perhaps they might eat. And Abram viewed them, and behold, they had neither voice nor hearing, nor did one of them stretch forth his hand to eat, to the meat to eat. And in the evening of that day in the house, Abram was clothed with the spirit with the ruach of Elohim. And he called out and said, Woe unto my father and this wicked generation, whose hearts are all inclined to vanity, who serve these idols of wood and stone, which can neither eat, smell, hear, nor speak, who have mouths without speech, eyes without sight, ears without hearing, hands without feeling, and legs which cannot move. Like them are those that made them and that trust in them. Family, it's important to note that Terach learned this from Namrud. It was Namrud who taught men idolatry, who taught men rebellion after the flood. This was taught by him. This was taught by him. And when Abram saw all these things, his anger was kindled against his father, and he hastened and took a hatchet in his hand and came into the chamber of the mighty ones, and he broke all his father's mighty ones. And when he had done breaking the images, he placed the hatchet in the hand of the great mighty one which was there before them. And he went out, and Terach his father came home, for he had heard at the door the sound of the striking of the hatchet. So Tarak came into the house to know what this was about. And Tarak, having heard the noise of the hatchet in the room of images, ran to the rooms of the images, and he met Abram going out. And Tarak entered the room and found all the idols fallen down and broken, and the hatchet in the hand of the largest, which was not broken, and the savory meat which Abram his son had made was still before them. And when Tarak saw this, his anger was greatly kindled, and he hastened and went from the room to Abram. And he found Abram his son still sitting in the house, and he said to him, "What is this work thou hast done to my mighty ones?" And Abram answered Tarak his father and said, "Not so, my master, for I brought savory meat before them, and when I came nigh to them with the meat that they might eat, that all at once stretched forth their hands to eat before the great one had put forth his hand to eat. And the large one saw their works that they did before him, and his anger was violently kindled against them, and he went and took the hatchet that was in the house, and came to them and broke them all, and behold, the hatchet is yet in his hand, as thou seest." And Tarak's anger was kindled against his son Abram when he spoke this. And Tarak said to Abram his son in his anger, "What is this tale that thou hast told? Thou speakest lies to me. Is there in these mighty ones ruach or spirit, soul or power to do all that thou hast told me? Are they not wood and stone? And have I not myself made them? And canst thou speak such lies, saying that the large mighty one that was with them smote them? Is this thou that didst place the hatchet in his hands, and then sayest he smote them all?" And Abram answered his father and said to him, "And how canst thou then serve these idols in whom there is no power to do anything? Can those idols in which thou trustest deliver thee? Can thou hear thy prayers when thou callest upon them? Can thou deliver thee from the hands of thy enemies, or will they fight thy battles from thee against thy enemies, that thou shouldest serve wood and stone, which can neither speak nor hear? And now surely it is not good for thee, nor for the sons of men that are connected with thee, to do these things. Are you so silly, so foolish, so short of understanding, that you will serve wood and stone and do after this manner? And forget Yahuwah Elohim, who made Shamayim and earth, and who created you in the earth, and thereby bring a great evil upon your souls in this manner by serving stone and wood? Did not our fathers in the days of old before the flood, he's talking here, in the days of old, sin in this manner? And Yahuwah Elohim of the universe brought the waters of the flood upon them and destroyed the whole earth. And how can you continue to do this and serve mighty ones of wood and stone, who cannot hear or speak or deliver you from oppression, thereby bringing down the anger of Elohim of the universe upon you? Now therefore, my father, refrain from this, and bring not evil upon thy soul, the souls of thy household. And Abram hastened and sprang from before his father, and took the hatchet from his father's largest idol, with which Abram broke it, and ran away. And Tarak, seeing all that Abram had done, hastened to go from his house, and he went to the Malach, and he came before Namrud, and stood before him, and he bowed down to the Malach. And the Malach said, What dost thou want? And he said, I beseech thee, my master, to hear me. Now 50 years back a child was born to me, and thus has he done to my mighty ones, and thus has he spoken. And now therefore, my master and Malach, and send for him, that he may come before thee, and judge him according to the law, that we may be delivered from his evil. And the Malach sent 3 men of his servants, and they went and brought Abram before the Malach. And Namrud and all his princes and servants were that day sitting before him, and Tarak sat also before them. And the Malach said to Abram, What is this that thou hast done to thy father and to his mighty ones? And Abram answered the Malach in the words that he spoke to his father, and he said, The large mighty one that was with them, the house did to them. That was the large mighty one that was with them in the house, did to them what thou hast heard. And the Malach said to Abram, Had thy power to speak and eat and do as thou hast said? And Abram answered the Malach, saying, And if there be no power in them, why dost thou serve them and cause the sons of men to err through thy follies? Dost thou imagine that thou can deliver thee or do anything small or great, that thou shouldest serve them? And why would thou not sense the Elohim of the whole universe, who created thee and whose power it is to kill and keep alive? O foolish, simple, and ignorant Malak, woe unto thee forever. I thought thou wouldest teach thy servants the upright way. Listen, I thought that thou wouldest teach thy servants the upright way, but thou hast not done this, but hast filled the whole earth, with thy sins and the sins of thy people who have followed thy ways. The whole earth. Namrud filled the whole earth with sin, and he's still filling the whole earth with sin. Dost thou not know, or hast thou not heard, that this evil which thou doest, our ancestors sinned therein in the days of old, and the eternal Elohim brought the waters of the flood upon the earth and destroyed them all, and also destroyed the whole earth on their account, on account of rebellion, on account of the sons of perdition, on account of the sons of Cain, on account of the sons of Hashatan. And now Hashatan has renewed that plan of rebellion in Namrud, and the sons of Namrud, who is related to Cain. But now he has hidden that plan. He has veiled that plan in Freemasonry in order to deceive the whole world. And wilt thou and thy people rise up now and do like unto this work, in order to bring down the anger of Yahuwah Elohim of the universe, and to bring evil upon thee and the whole earth? Now, therefore, put away this evil deed which thou doest, and serve the Elohim of the universe, as thy soul is in his hands, and then it will be well with thee. And then it will be well with thee. And if thy wicked heart will not hearken to my words, to cause thee to forsake thy evil ways, and to serve the eternal Elohim, then wilt thou die in shame in the latter days, thou and thy people, and all who are connected with thee, hearing thy words, are walking in thy evil ways. And when Abram had ceased speaking before the Malak and princes, Abram lifted up his eyes to the Shamaim, and he said, the Yahuwah seeth all the wicked, and he will judge them. And he will judge them. So now we see here that rebellion after the flood, after the children of Cain were killed, and rebellion was destroyed in the earth, and the children of Cain, by extension, being the children of the wicked one, being the children of Hashatan, it was shown how the whole earth was destroyed before them. The whole earth was destroyed because of them. And so Yahuwah started over after the flood with 8 righteous beings. And now we see here in the person of Namrud how Hashatan also entered his heart, and how he too refused to repent, but would rather stay in rebellion. We see with him how he too caused the whole world to rebel. He too caused the whole world to rebel. Indeed, Namrud represents Hashatan on earth. He represents Hashatan on earth. Hashatan is being worshipped through him. He will eventually be worshipped in him when Namrud has been resurrected. He has been resurrected. We would talk more about this in a little bit. But Namrud is the man of lawlessness. He is the man of lawlessness that we read about now in 2 Thessalonians, the second chapter, verse 1 through 12. Write this down. Namrud here is the man of lawlessness. And 2 Thessalonians, the second chapter, verse 1 through 12, it speaks to what? It speaks to the great apostasy. It speaks to the great rebellion. It speaks to the man of lawlessness, to the son of perdition, And it speaks to the great apostasy or the great rebellion in which the world is still waiting on, but in which already occurred or already began many, many years ago. Many, many years ago. So reading here in 2 Thessalonians, the 2nd chapter, verse 1 through 12, beginning at verse 1, it reads, "As to the coming of our Master Yahushua Mashiach, our gathering together to him, we ask you, brothers, not to become easily unsettled in mind or troubled, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as it is from us, as if the day of Yahuwah has come. Let no one deceive you in any way, because the falling away, the great rebellion, See, this is Hashatan's plan, to get the whole world into rebellion so as to cause us, the whole world, to be destroyed as it was destroyed before the flood and to be destroyed with him. But he is more crafty now. He is more crafty, and he is hiding it in plain sight, which Yahuwah is getting ready to unveil. Because the falling away, the great rebellion, is to come first, which is already started. And the man of lawlessness, who has already been revealed, is to be revealed, the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called Elohim, or that is worship. Again, I want to remind you, Yahuwah wants to remind you again, that partial disobedience is disobedience. Partial disobedience is still disobedience. Walking in shade is still walking in darkness. If we don't walk wholly in the light, then we are falling into the adversary's plan. We are falling into his plan. And indeed, he is crafty. He is crafty. The son of destruction, going back here. Let no one deceive you in any way, because the falling away, great rebellion, is to come first, and the man of lawlessness is to be revealed, the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called Elohim, or that is worship, so that he sits as Elohim in the dwelling place of Elohim, as in Yashayahu the 14th chapter, as Hashatan desires to raise his throne above the heights, to raise his throne above the throne of Yah, so that he sits as Elohim in the dwelling place of Elohim, showing himself that he is Elohim. Do you not remember that I told you this while I was still with you? And now you know what restrains for him to be revealed in his time, for the secret of lawlessness is already at work, only until he who now restrains comes out of the midst. And then the lawless one shall be revealed, whom the master shall consume with the root of his mouth and bring to naught with a manifestation of his coming. The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan. Indeed, according to the working of Satan, because he's the son of Satan. He is the son of Satan. No different than Cain and Namrud. Indeed, we're talking about Namrud here, who is an extension of Cain, and who is an extension of Hashatan, with all power and signs and wonders of falsehood, and with all deceit of unrighteousness in those perishing, because they did not receive the love of the truth in order for them to be saved. And for this reason, Elohim sends them a working of delusion, for them to believe the falsehood, in order that all should be judged who did not believe the truth, but have delighted in the unrighteousness, but have delighted in rebellion, Family, Yahuwah wants us to know now that the earth is more rebellious now than it has ever been before. It is more rebellious now than it was before the time of the flood. It is more rebellious now than it was when the sons of Cain had caused the earth to become defiled. It is more rebellious now than it has ever been, because there's been more time for it to stew and cook and become more rebellious. The great rebellion began long ago. It is now, Yahuwah wants us to hear this, it is now nearly complete. It is now nearly complete. Now we read, and we're getting ready to get into some meat. This is almost done. We read some characteristics of Nimrod. We read some characteristics of Cain, and we see that they have the very same characteristics. And most importantly, they have the very same characteristic, which is rebellion. And we've been shown that within the genealogy of Cain is the master's password of the third degree. We've been shown that. But what has not been shown in the teaching so far in what we have read, Yahuwah is getting ready to reveal something to you. Reveal something to the nations now. He's getting ready to reveal something to the nations. In the inner workings, family, in the inner workings of a Freemasonic lodge, there is what's called a worshipful master. There is, actually, before I get to that, let me back up. In the inner workings of a Freemasonic initiation, in a Freemasonic initiation, the candidate is brought into the lodge blindfolded. He is brought into the lodge blindfolded. In other words, he is walking in darkness. He is walking in ignorance. All these things represent darkness. He is walking in chaos. He is walking in lawlessness. He's walking in lawlessness. And so he is brought into the lodge blindfolded. He then is taken around each station in the lodge. He's taking around each station in the lodge. He does not know what's going on. He has no clue what's going on. He does not understand that he's being taken around to each station in the lodge, each station being the station of the worshipful master, of the senior warden, and of the junior warden. And we're going to talk more about that in a little bit. Of the worshipful master, of the senior warden, and the junior warden. He's taken around the lodge blindfolded, taken to each one of these stations, being initiated into a craft. Indeed, the adversary is what? He is crafty. He is being initiated into a craft. And he has no idea what's going on. It is not until the initiation is over with that the blindfold is removed from his eyes and he is given light. He is given light and or understanding. But we know light to be Torah. So in the lodge, again, you have the worshipful master who sets in the direction of east. He sets in the east of the lodge. And behind him is the eye of Horus. The eye of Horus. Now, the eye of Horus is indicative of sun worship. This eye is encased in a blazing sun. It is encased in a blazing sun. And this is why the worshipful master sits in the east. Because he represents the sun. The senior warden, he sits in the west of the lodge. He sits in the place of the sun setting. It's all about sun worship. We're going to talk about this. Yah is getting ready to open this up. He's getting ready to open this up. The junior warden sits in the south because he sits there as a representative of the sun's position at noonday. He sits there as a representation of the sun at noonday. There are 33 degrees in the Freemasonry that is placed before us. There is 33 degrees in the Freemasonry that is placed before us. I say the Freemasonry that is placed before us, because there are other levels of Freemasonry that are not publicized. There are other levels of Freemasonry that are not publicized. The Jesuits, in fact, are Freemasons. The Jesuits indeed are Freemasons. But there are 33 degrees in Freemasonry, which is representatives, which is a representation, what they want you to believe, of the age of the Hamashiach. But what it actually represents is the third of the fallen ones that rebelled with Hashatan. And so the worshipful master, he sits in the east, because this is the place from which light proceeds. Light or knowledge proceeds. This is the place where light or knowledge proceeds. This is the way, this is the direction in which the sun rises. This is the direction in which the sun rises. And this is why Horus is behind him, the all-seeing eye, the eye of Horus, encased in a blazing sun. And this is why the eye is open. This is representative of the Latin word oculus. Oculus being a derivative of eye. When the eye is open, the light of the sun or knowledge shines through. When the eye is closed, the light of the sun is obscured, and thus this is where the meaning occult comes from, or hidden. There is no light. And so in the inner workings of the lodge, is sun worship. What does that have to do with Namrud? Namrud, what is not written is that after the Tower of Babel, when the text declares, when the sons of men went to the four corners of the Arats, after their tongues and languages had been confused, they took the worship of Namrud, the rebellious one, with them. And they gave him different names in the nations of which they were scattered to. In some nations he became Baal and Malak and Zeus and Baal in terms of Babylon. In some places he became Odin, and in some places he became Molech. Same deity, different names. His wife, she was also, they took the worship of her, who was a fertility goddess, with them as well. And she was given different names. In some places she was called Ishtar. In some places she was called Diana. In some places she was called Ashtoreth. And in some places she was called Easter. And some places, she was called Mother Goddess, or Queen of Heaven. Tammuz or Marduk. Some places he was called Tammuz. In some places he was called Bacchus. And some places he was called Horus. And some places he was called Adonis. And so they took the worship of them to different lands and gave them different names. And so in the inner workings of the lodge, of the Freemasonic lodge, we see now the inner workings. We see the worship of Nimrod. We see sun worship. We see the rising of the sun. We see the setting of the, with respect to the worshipful master. We see the setting of the sun with respect to the senior warden. And we see the sun at midday with respect to the junior warden. And so within Freemasonry, we see the worship of Nimrod, of which Freemasonry is pushing upon the whole world. And Yahuwah is getting ready to reveal that just momentarily. He's getting ready to reveal that. And so he made the point now that when the candidates are initiated, they're blindfolded. They don't know what's going on. They're taking about each station, and they're being initiated into a craft, and they're blindfolded, and they don't know what's going on. They're walking in Torahlessness. They're walking in lawlessness. They're walking in chaos. They're walking in darkness. They're walking in ignorance. And not until the Freemasonic initiation has been completed is the blindfold removed and the words uttered, "Let there be light." Let there be light. Let there be light. We read in Joshua 27. I'm not going to read it because for the sake of time, I'm not going to read it. But in Joshua, the 27th chapter, we read here the account of how Namrud died, of how he died. And he died via sword. He died via the beheading by Asa. He died in this manner. This is how he died, via the beheading that was afflicted upon him via Esau. Via Esau. In like manner, within Freemasonry, within the initiation of candidates within Freemasonry, in specifically the initiation of the third degree, of the master's degree, there is what is called a allegory of what is called Haram Abith, or the widow's son. Haram Abith, or the widow's son. All of this can be researched and found on the internet. Everything that has been spoken can be researched and found on the internet. But there is an allegory that takes place in the initiation of the third degree called the allegory of Haram Abith, who is called the widow's son. Who is called the widow's son. And in this allegory, it is Haram who is considered now the first Grand Master of Freemasonry. He is considered the first Grand Master of Freemasonry. He was skillful in all kinds of workings and all kinds of metals. He was very skilled in the art of Freemasonry. I'm going to read now. I'm going to read this legend or this allegory of the widow's son of Haram Abith. It says here, a widow's son from Tyre, skillful in working of all kinds of metals, was employed to help build Malak Shalom's temple. The legend tells us that one day, while worshiping the grand architect of the universe within the most set apart place, Haram was attacked by three ruffians called Jubala, Jubalo, and Jubalam, and known collectively as the three Jews, or the three ruffians, who demonstrated the master's word, who demanded the master's word, That is the secret name of Elohim. The first ruffian, named Jubalah, struck Haram across the throat with a 24-inch gauge. The second ruffian, named Jubalo, struck Haram's breast over the heart with a square. The third ruffian, named Jubalam, struck Haram upon the forehead with a gavel, whereupon Haram fell dead. His blood, therefore, was shed within the Haikal. Haram, having been killed, was carried out the east gate of the Haikal and buried outside Jerusalem on Mount Moriah. Early the following morning, Malak Shalama visited the Haikal and found the workmen in confusion because no plans had been made for the day's work. Fearing evil had befallen Haram, Malak Shalama sent out 12 fellow craft masons to look for Haram. Malak Shalama himself accompanied the three who journeyed towards the east, having totally located the grave of Haram. Now, Haram was killed because of a blow to the head. Just like Namrud. He was killed because of a blow to the head, no different than Namrud. Solomon and his fellow masons exhumed the body. A search was made for the master's word, the name of Elohim, but all that was found was the letter G. Finding the word lost, a Lamed went up. Master, my Elohim, is there no help for the widow's son? They first took hold of Haram's body with the, listen, with the Boaz grip, of the first degree. This is the password of the first degree. You can find this on the internet. They talk about not divulging secrets. This is on the internet. This failed to achieve its purposes. They then positioned their hand upon Haram's body using the Jachin grip of the second degree. This also failed to accomplish its purpose. Solomon finally raised Haram from the dead by using the third degree grip of the Master Mason, and by uttering in Haram's ear the phrase Mahabon. These first 3 degrees are based upon the legend. And so we see here how Haram was raised from the dead. All of this is within Masonry. It's going to make sense here shortly. All of this is within Masonry, how Haram Abith was raised from the dead. These first 3 degrees are based upon the legend. The Scottish and the York Rite based themselves largely upon the Haramic legend that follows after Haram Abith's resurrection. Haram Abith has been raised from the dead. However, he soon leaves the legend, for he has been ushered into a more esteemed existence. And so we see how Haram Abith was resurrected from the dead, and how he is a representation of Namrud. And by the way, when all of this is going on, as the candidate is undergoing all of this, not understanding what he is undergoing, he's blindfolded. He has no clue as to what is going on. He's blindfolded. In other words, family, he's walking in Torahlessness. He's walking in darkness. He's blindfolded. He's walking in ignorance. Because knowledge only comes via Torah. Knowledge only comes via light. Indeed, Freemasons will even tell you that light means knowledge. But we know only true knowledge is the Torah. And so what Yahuwah wants us to understand is that the whole entire world is blindfolded, family. It's blindfolded and going through a Freemasonic ritual. Hashatan has the whole world blindfolded. Indeed, if the world is not walking in Torah, then they're blindfolded. I don't care, again, if you're walking in shade. If you're walking in shade, you're still a part of this Freemasonic ritual. You're still a part of it. If you're walking in shade, you are just as much a part of this Freemasonic ritual as others who are walking totally blind or totally walking outside of Torah. The whole world is being initiated into Freemasonry, which is the worship of Namrud. Which was just declared in the workings of the inner lodge. Which was just declared and shown in the workings of the inner lodge. The whole world, inclusive of those walking in shade, is being initiated into Freemasonry. Is being initiated into rebellion. Soon, this is what Yahuwah wants you to hear. Soon, the blindfolds are going to be removed. These blindfolds are going to be removed. And as the legend of Haram Abith dictates, Namrud is going to be resurrected. And so soon, the blindfold is going to be removed. And people are going to finally see what they have been initiated into. See, he's crafty. He craftily has the whole world operating in a Freemasonic ritual. And the only way out of this Freemasonic ritual is to walk holy in Torah. If If you're not walking holy in Torah, then you are walking in rebellion, and you're walking and you're participating in a free Masonic ritual. You have taken the oath of your own free will, and you are participating in a free Masonic ritual of your own free will and choice. And the only way out of it is to walk in Torah. The only way out of it is to walk in Torah. He is using Namrud and the worship of them Namrud to initiate the whole world into Freemasonry, into a free Masonic order. As it reads in 2 Corinthians, the 4th chapter, verse 1 through 4, therefore, having this service, even as we have received compassion, we do not lose heart, but have renounced the secret ways of shame, not walking in craftiness. There's that word, craftiness, because this is what you learn in Freemasonry. You learn a craft, and we understand that Hashatan is the crafty one. He was more crafty than any beast of the garden. Not walking in the craftiness, nor falsifying the word of Elohim, but by the manifestation of the truth, recommending ourselves to every human conscience in the sight of Elohim. Listen, and indeed, if our good news has been veiled, in other words, obscured, a blindfold, it has been veiled to those who are perishing. It has been veiled to those who are perishing, whom the mighty one of this age, again, he has them involved in a Freemasonic ritual, whom the mighty one of this age has blinded the minds of the unbelieving. He has a blindfold over their eyes while they're going through this Freemasonic ritual. But soon that blindfold is going to be removed, and they're going to understand what they have been initiated into. And again, if you are walking in partial light, you're still walking in darkness. If you're not walking holy in Torah, you're still walking in rebellion, and you're still a part of this Freemasonic ritual. You're still a part of this Freemasonic ritual. So that the enlightening of the good news, the esteem of Messiah, who is the likeness of Elohim, does not shine on them. Does not shine on them. Indeed, the whole entire world, provided that you are of this world. And what does it say? We have to be of this world, but not of this world. We'll be in this world, but not of this world. But the whole entire world, provided that you are of the world, is currently under the authority of the beast and undergoing a Freemasonic initiation, and have a blindfold on them while they're going throughout life, throughout the stations of the Masonic Lodge, not understanding where they're being led to, not understanding what they're being initiated into, not understanding who they're being worshipped. But after the completion of the initiation, that blindfold is going to be removed and light is going to be revealed, but it's going to be a false light of the wicked one, who is going to walk in lying signs and wonders. Lying signs and wonders. The whole world, provided that you are of this world, is currently under the authority of the beast. Every religion known to man, inclusive of non-religions, i.e. atheism and agnostics, all of this is rebellion. The goal is rebellion. So whether or not you're religious or non-religious, it matters not. You can be an atheist or an agnostic. You can neither believe or not believe. It don't matter. If you're operating in rebellion, you're still a part of this Freemasonic ritual. Everybody's a part of it. If you're not walking in Torah, holy, walking in light, you are part of this Freemasonic ritual, which is the worship of Namrud. Which is the worship of Namrud. So every religion, all of them, inclusive of Christianity, they worship the beast. They're involved in this Freemasonic ritual. They're involved in this Freemasonic ritual. Who is the beast? Yahuwah has revealed the beast to us. He goes by many names. He's called Buddha, Krishna, Allah, Jesus, Malak, Baal, Tammuz, Ra, Saturn, Zeus, Odin, the unknown God, etc. He goes by many names, but ultimately he is Namrud. And ultimately, Hashatan, the original rebellious one, is being worshipped through his son Namrud, the first to rebel after the flood. The first to rebel after the flood. Indeed, the whole world has been groomed through a cult. We spoke about a cult, meaning hidden. Meaning hidden. The whole world is being groomed through a cult, through hidden worship, through hidden Freemasonic worship of him until this very day. Indeed, if you're not, again, walking holy in light, then you are walking in rebellion. You are worshiping the beast. You are worshiping Hashatan. You are worshiping Namrud. And you are participating in a Freemasonic ritual. A time is coming really, really soon when Namrud is getting ready to be resurrected. And then the world is going to see who they've been worshiping all along. They're going to see this is whom they have been initiated into. They're going to finally see when the blindfolds are removed, this is who they've been worshiping all along. And again, partial obedience is disobedience. If you're partially obeying, you're still a part of this Freemasonic ritual. You're still in rebellion. The only thing the world has not done is take his mark, but soon it will. Indeed, we even understand that Namrud equates to 666. It equates to 666. Namrud is the son of Cush. His name in Abarit would be Namrud Ban Cush. The numerical Abarit value of Namrud would equal to 294. Nun would equal to 50. Mam would equal to 40. Rosh would equal to 200. Dalat, 4. Ban, or son, has a numerical Abarit value of 52. Bat, 2. Nun, 50. The Abarit numerical value of Cush equals 320. And so adding these up, Kaf equaling 20, Sheen equaling 300, Kaf equaling 20, and Sheen equaling 300. But adding these up, we come up with 294 plus 52 plus 320, and this equals 666. 666. He is the beast coming up out of the pit. He is the man of perdition. It is he who is the first Grand Master of Freemasonry, and we're getting ready to read this, the first Grand Master of Freemasonry, whom the whole world is being initiated into. Whether you are partially walking into Ra, or whether you're totally ignoring to Ra, both of them is rebellion. Both of them of rebellion. And any kind of rebellion is any type of rebellion. If you're walking in any type of rebellion, then you are a participant of this Freemasonic initiation. Of this Freemasonic initiation. Rebellion is the name of the game. This is what Hashatan wants. And he has craftily hidden it within a Freemasonic initiation through worshiping Nimrod and through any type of rebellion. If it is any type of rebellion, you're worshiping Nimrod, you're worshiping Hashatan, and you're in a Freemasonic initiation. Reading real quickly, we're going to end this. Hazon Revelation, the 13th chapter, verse 1 through 18. And I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast coming up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And on his horns 10 crowns, and on his head names of blasphemy. And the beast I saw was like a leopard, and its feet were like the feet of a bear, and its mouth like the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power and his throne and great authority. And I saw one of his heads, listen, and I saw one of his heads having been slain to death. And we understand in Jasher the 27th chapter, this is what happened to Namrud when he was beheaded by Esau. And his deadly wound was healed. In other words, he was resurrected. He was resurrected. And all the earth marveled after the beast. Indeed, he's going to be resurrected. And the whole earth, who has been initiated into this Freemasonic ritual, they're going to marvel at him when the blindfolds are removed. And they worship the dragon who gave authority to the beast. And they worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Who was able to fight with him? And who was given a mouth speaking great matters and blasphemies? And he was given authority to do so 42 months, 3.5 years. And he opened his mouth in blasphemies against Elohim, to blaspheme his name and his tent and those dwelling in the Shamayim. And it was given to him to fight with the set apart ones and to overcome them. And authority was given to him over every tribe and tongue and nation. And all those dwelling on the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life, book of life of the slain lamb from the foundation of the world shall worship him, shall worship Namrud, shall worship the first and last Grand Master of Freemasonry, the first anti-Mashiach and the last anti-Mashiach. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. Who brings into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with the sword has to be killed with the sword. Here is the endurance and the belief of the set-apart ones. And I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and spoke like a dragon. And he exercised all the authority of the first beast in the presence and in his presence, and causes the whole earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is the 4th beast. This is Pope. This is the Pope. Because if you look at the numerical meaning of Rome, what you will find is DXLXVI, and it equates to 666. It also equates to 666. And so the 4th beast, who represents the beast, is going to have power to operate in signs and wonders in his presence. This is the false prophet. This is Rome. This is the Pope. And he opened his mouth in blasphemies against Elohim, to blaspheme his name and his tent and those dwelling in the Shamayim. And it was given to him to fight with the set-apart ones and to overcome them. And authority was given to him over to every tribe and tongue and nation. And all those dwelling on the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life of the slain lamb from the foundation of the world shall worship him. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. He who brings into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with the sword has to be killed with the sword. Here is the endurance and the belief of the set-apart ones. And I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and spake like a dragon. And he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Whose deadly wound was healed. This is Namrud, who was beheaded. And he does great signs, so that he even makes fire come down from Shamayim on the earth before men. And he leads astray those dwelling on the earth. Indeed, he is leading astray even now the whole earth through a hidden Freemasonic initiation. And he leads astray those dwelling on the earth because of those signs which he was given to go before the beast, saying to those dwelling on the earth to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword, yet live. And that was given to him to give spirit to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause to be killed as many as would not worship the image of the beast. And he causes all, both small and great, and rich and poor, and free and slave, to be given the mark upon their right hand or upon their foreheads. And that one should be able, and no one should be able to buy or sell except that he has the mark of the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is the Hakma. He who has understanding, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And he just showed us the calculation of Namrud is 666. And soon, very soon, the worship of him will no longer be hidden. It will no longer be a cult. It will be wide open in plain sight when he ascends from the pit. Then all world religions, and all world non-religions, inclusive of Christianity, inclusive of atheists and agnostics, which if all served as schoolmasters teaching the worship of him, will be done away with, and there will be a one-world religion worshiping him directly and openly, through whom Hashatan is and will be ultimately worshipped. Through whom the whole world has been to this day initiated into. When the blindfold is finally taken off through this Freemasonic initiation, and the initiation is over, people will see who they've been worshiping all along. Because indeed, if you are not walking holy in light, you are walking in darkness, because Yahuwah is light, and in him is no darkness at all. If any man claims fellowship with him and walks in darkness, he lies and does not live by the truth. You a liar. I don't care if it is partial disobedience. Partial disobedience is disobedience. It is still rebellion. If you're partially obeying him, you're still involved in this Freemasonic initiation. And the only way out of it is to walk in Torah. It's to walk in the light, in the walk in the light. But soon, this blindfold is finally going to be taken off, and the initiation is going to be over, and people are going to see who they've been worshiping all along, the man of rebellion, the son of perdition, the wicked one. They would then have light. They would then have light. Remember, at the end of a Freemasonic initiation, the blindfold is removed and the words are uttered, let there be light, because then they have understanding. And so at the end of this initiation, when Namrud is resurrected and they begin to understand, they will have light and understanding, and the blindfolds are going to be removed. But at that point, family, when the blindfolds are going to be removed, for most and for the most part, it's going to be too late. As we read in the forgotten books of Adam and Kua, those who descended from the mountain could never reascend again. It was too late. They could never come back up. And so unless they come out of this Freemasonic ritual, for most, when the blindfolds are taken off, it is going to be too late. And I don't care if you're walking in total darkness or partial darkness. Both cases is rebellion, and in both cases it is a free Masonic ritual. Indeed, at that point, when the blindfolds have been taken off, the oath to Namrud, the oath to Namrud would have already been taken. The oath to Namrud would have already been taken. In Hazun, the 17th chapter, we're almost done. I know it's been long. In Hazun, the 17th chapter, verse 1 through 17, reading really quickly. One of the 7 messengers with the 7 bowls came and spoke with me, saying to me, come, I shall show you the judgment of the great whore, sitting on many waters. This is Babylon. This is Semiramis. This is the queen of heaven, all synonymous with Babylon, with whom the sovereigns of the earth committed whoring. Remember, Namrud was the first to erect Babylon. He erected Babylon. He's the first sovereign of Babylon. He is the last sovereign of Babylon. He is still the sovereign of Babylon. He is still the sovereign of Babylon, with whom the sovereigns of the earth committed whoring, and the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring. And he carried me away in the root and to the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast, covered with the names of blasphemy. This is Namrud. This is the beast. This is his wife, Namrud, who is riding him, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was dressed in purple and scarlet and adorned with gold. This is the whore. This is Babylon. This is his wife, Semiramis. Because after he was beheaded, she continued this mystery religion. She continued to promulgate this false mystery religion. Indeed, she is a witch. Indeed, she is Circe. She is Circe. She is the Greek goddess of sorcery and wine, whom has the whole world drunk with her sorcery and wine. She is the Greek goddess of sorcery and wine called Circe, who is known for getting men drunk and turning them into abominable pigs. This is Semiramis. This is the Circe. This is the Circe. This is the witch, Circe, Semiramis, and adorned with gold and precious stones and pearls, holding in her hand a golden cup filled with abominations and the filthiness of her whoring, and upon her forehead a name written, a secret, Babal, the great, the mother of whores and of the abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunk with the blood of the set apart ones, and with the blood of the witnesses of Yahushua. And having seen her, I marveled, greatly marveled. And the messenger said to me, why did you marvel? Let me explain to you the secret of the woman and of the beast she rides, which has 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that you saw was, and is not, and is about to come up out of the pit of the deep and goes to destruction. Indeed, this is Namrud. And those dwelling on the earth whose names are not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world shall marvel when they see the beast that was and is not and yet is. And again, if you're walking in any type of rebellion, then you are involved in this Freemasonic initiation. That is the plan of the adversary, to draw us away from the light, to draw us away from life. Indeed, it is written, if we walk in the light, we shall not what? We shall not stumble in darkness. We shall not stumble blindfolded in this Freemasonic ritual. Here is the mind of Hakma, the 7 heads of 7 mountains on which the woman sits. And there are 7 sovereigns, 5 have fallen and 1 is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he has to remain a little while. And the beast that was and is not is himself also the 8th, and is of the 7 and goes to destruction. And the 10 horns which you saw are the 10 sovereigns of who have not yet received a reign, but receive authority as sovereigns with the beast for 1 hour. They have one mind. Listen, they have one mind, and they shall give their power and authority to the beast. You see, now the initiation is over. When they shall give their power and authority to the beast, now the initiation is over. All world religion and all world non-religion is going to be eradicated, and the world is going to be forced to worship the beast of which they've been initiated into all along. They shall fight with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is master of masters and sovereign of sovereigns. And those with him are called and chosen and trustworthy. And he said to me, the waters which you saw where the horse sits are peoples and crowds and nations and tongues. Indeed, Babylon is in all nations. Nimrud is in all nations. This Freemasonic ritual is going on in all nations. And the 10 horns which you saw on the beast, these shall hate the whore and lay her waste and naked and eat her flesh and burn her with fire. For Elohim did give it into their hearts to do his mind, to be of one mind, and to give their reign to the beast until the words of Elohim shall be accomplished. And so again, this is the end of the Freemasonic ritual. This is when they're going to dissolve all religion and all non-religion. Under the beast system, the initiation is over. The blindfold has removed. Let there be light. You're now getting ready to see who you've been worshiping all along. Who you've been worshiping all along. At that point, they're going to dissolve this system, and we're not far from this occurring. We're not that far from this occurring. They are going to dissolve our religion under the beast system, called the whore of Babylon, and cause the whole world to worship the beast, Namrud, openly and directly. And the only way out of this free Masonic initiation is to come out of her, my people. Come out of her, my people, and to walk wholly in Torah and not partially in the light. To walk wholly in the Torah and to receive the Ruach HaKadosh, so that we can worship him and obey him and Ruach and in truth and keep Torah and Ruach and in truth. This is the only way out of this free Masonic ritual. The only way out. The only way out of it is to be born from above. To be born from above, so that the Torah is written on our hearts, so that we become sons and daughters of YAHUAH'S. Because if we are not born from above, then we are still sons of the wicked one. We're still sons of rebellion. We're still worshiping Namrud, and we're still involved in this Freemasonic ritual. I don't care if you attempt to keep Torah. That's partial obedience. We are to seek the Ruach. That is also a commandment, that we are to seek the Ruach. We are commanded, seek and you shall find. Ask and it shall be open to you. Ask and you shall receive. Knock and the door shall be open. This is a commandment. It is not a suggestion. It is a commandment. And so trying to operate without the Ruach is still partial obedience, because we can't obey Torah in our flesh. We must obey Torah in Ruach and in truth. We cannot obey Torah in our flesh. And so if you're still in the flesh, you're still a son of the adversary, and your brother is still Cain, and your brother is still Namrud, and you're still worshiping the beast. You are still ultimately worshiping Hashatan. Ultimately, Hashatan is still your master, and you're still a son of rebellion, still involved in this free Masonic ritual. We must come out of her, my people, and walk in the light. And walk in the light. Finally, family, I'm going to read to you just to bring this home, just so you understand what Yahuwah is trying to show us. Within Freemasonry, they have what is called an oath to Namrud. An oath to Namrud. This is read for all the candidates being initiated into Freemasonry. Indeed, those walking in rebellion are even now taking an oath to Namrud. they are taking an oath to Namrud. Namrud is the first and last Grand Master of Freemasonry. In other words, he is the first anti-Mashiach and he is the last anti-Mashiach. Reading the oath to Namrud here, I'm going to begin I'll begin right here at Namrud and the Tower of Babel. I want to read all of this. Namrud and the Tower of Babel. This is something, and I'll provide the links in the description. This is something that I did that I was able to find in my research about the oath to Namrud. And this is just part of it. This part of the traditional history is derived from the biblical account of events that took place in the first few hundred years after the flood, taken from two sections of the book of Genesis, chapter 10, verses 8 through 13, and chapter 11, verse 2 through 9, which the New English Bible, New English translation, say Cush, who was a son of Ham and a grandson of Noah, was the father of Namrud, who began to show himself a man of might on earth, and he was a mighty hunter before Yahuwah. His reign is the beginning consisted of Babal, Arak, and Akkad, all of them in the land of Shinar. From that land, he migrated to Ashur and built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Calah, and Razan, a great city between Nineveh and Calah. As men journeyed in the east, they came upon a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. They said one to another, "Come, let us make bricks, let us make bricks, let us make bricks, and bake them hard." They used the bricks for stone and bitumen for mortar. "Come," they said, "let us build." Again, mason means builder. Mason means builder. Through masonry, Hashatan's reign, his kingdom, is being built. Do you understand? Through Freemasonry, Hashatan's kingdom is being built. It is being built. "Let us build ourselves a city and a tower with the top to the Shamayim and make a name for ourselves, or we shall be dispersed all over the earth." So Yahuwah dispersed them from there all over the earth, and they left off building the city. This is why it is called Babal, because Yahuwah made there a Babel of the language of all the world. From that place, Yahuwah scattered men all over the face of the earth. It goes on to read, archaeological investigation revealed that the ziggurat known as the Tower of Babal was constructed in the manner described in Genesis. Ziggurat is derived from the Assyro-Babylonian word zigguratu, which means a pinnacle or mountaintop and denotes a sacred temple tower. The traditional site of the tower is one at Borsippa, about 15 kilometers southwest of the center of Babylon, ancient Babal. An inscribed cylinder found by Sir Henry Rawlinson in a foundation corner states that a former Malak completed the tower to a height of 42 cubits, but that it fell into ruins in ancient times. It further states that the brickwork and the roofing tiles were rebuilt as new at the behest of Marduk. Marduk, this is the son of Namrud, who also goes by Tammuz, restoring the tower as it was in remote days. Marduk, or Merodach, was the Babylonian mighty one that Namrud was said to be in human form. Tradition records that Freemasons, were first made much of at the building of the Tower of Babal, and that Namrud, the great Malak of Babylon, was himself a master mason who loved the craft and made the masons free men and Freemasons in his kingdom. Tradition also records that when Namrud sent 60 lodges of masons to build Nineveh and the other cities of the east, he gave them a charter and the charges of Namrud, which reputedly are those set out in the old charges of the ancient Freemasonic lodges. When an apprentice was indentured in an English operative lodge, his obligation traditionally was called the Oath of Namrud. The Oath of Namrud. It goes on to read, there is a direct connection between Freemasonry and the ancient Babylonian mystery religion, from which the ancient pagan religions of Egypt, Persia, Greece, and Rome eventually developed. It all goes back to a man named Namrud, who the Freemasons view as the true originator of their order. Namrud was a great Mesopotamian king who founded the city of Babylon and established the first great empire after Noah's flood. He is also traditionally associated with the Tower of Babel. According to tradition, Namrud sought to turn men away from Elohim. Again, rebellion. He was the first to rebel after the flood. Namrud sought to turn men away from Elohim by setting up a tyrannical government and setting up a new religion. In fact, the new religion centered around Namrud and his wife Semiramis eventually evolved into Baal worship, from which all the pagan religions of the Middle East and Europe later developed. Not only that, according to the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, listen, according to the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the legend of the craft in the old constitutions, Nimrod is one of the founders of Masonry. In fact, initiates in at least some forms of Freemasonry are still required to take the oath of Namrud even today. The spring 2006 issue of Freemasonry Today, a Masonic publication, tells us that the oath of Namrud is part of the initiation process for the indentured apprentice. And here is the oath of Namrud. The candidate is led into the lodge by the deacons, and after prayer is investigated prior to taking the initiatory oath called the oath of Namrud. Namrud, of course, the grandson of Noah, is mentioned in the old charges as a teacher of the Masonic craft and the architect of many great cities in Mesopotamia. The working tools are explained, the ancient charges and modes of recognition are communicated, and a pale blue cord is placed around his neck. The ceremony of closing the assemblage is completed with prayer and a sevenfold salute to the Most High. It's what it says. In this book entitled The Arcana of Freemasonry, Freemason scholar Albert Churchwood traces the origins and development of Freemasonry from ancient Egypt to the present day, and the book of Churchwood actually includes the text, the oath of Namrud, which new initiates must take. Here's the oath of Namrud for the apprentice degree, the first degree. It reads, I, and you must state your name, do in the presence of all Shaddai and this worshipful assembly of Freemasons, rough masons, wallers, slaters, pavers, plasterers, and bricklayers, promise and declare that I will not at any time hereafter, by any act or circumstance whatsoever, directly or indirectly, write, print, cut, mark, publish, discover, reveal, or make known any part or parts of the trade, secrets, privileges, or counsels of the worshipful fraternity or fellowship of Freemasonry, which I may have known, or any time hereafter shall be made known unto me. The penalty for breaking this great oath shall be the loss of my life, that I shall be branded with the mark of traitor and slain according to the ancient custom, by being throttled, that my body shall be buried in the rough sands of the sea, a cable's length from the shore, where the tide regularly ebbs and flows twice in the 24 hours, so that my soul shall have no rest by night and by day. And then the candidate, he signs the oath. He signs the oath. He signs the oath. There is more to the oath of Nimrod. I have here, let me read this really quick. I'm going to close it down. The universal sentiment of Freemasons of the present day is to confer upon Solomon the Malak of YAHUAH'S, the honor of being their first Grand Master. But the legend of the craft had long before, though there was a tradition of the temple in existence, given at least by some suggestion, that the title to Namrud, the king of Babylonia and Assyria, it had credited the first organization of the fraternity of craftsmen to him, and saying that he gave a charge to the workmen whom he sent to assist the king of Nanuwa in building his cities. That is to say, he framed for them a constitution, and in the words of the legend, this was the first time that ever Masons had any charge of his science. It was the first time that the craft was organized into a fraternity working under a constitution of body of laws, as Namrud was the autocratic maker of these laws, and necessarily resulted that their first legislator created laws with his unlimited and absolute governing power, and was also their first grand master. Their first grand master. So, touching briefly again with the workings of the inner lodge, both the worshipful master who sits in the east, with the eye of Horus behind him, and the senior warden who sits in the west, and the junior warden who sits in the south, all of them are ultimately representatives of Namrud. The worship of Namrud is sun worship. It is sun worship. And so all of them ultimately represent Namrud, who is the first Grand Master and the last Grand Master of Freemasonry. In other words, the first Anti-Mashiach and the last Anti-Mashiach of Freemasonry. Again, he is a copycat. The adversary is a copycat. He is being worshipped through Nimrod, just like he was being worshipped through Cain. He's being worshipped through Nimrod as the son, because he desires to lift his throne above the Most High. And so by being worshipped as the son, which is the representation of the eternal light, it is not the eternal light, but it is the representation of the eternal light. By being worshipped as the son, he is being worshipped as YAHUAH'S. As YAHUAH'S. As YAHUAH'S. And so it said, he is a copycat. He is a copycat, as we read even in the translations of scripture, as we read in Hazon, Revelation 1 through 8, and we're getting ready to shut this down. As we read in Revelation verse 1, verse 8. Now in the KJV, what you will hear in other translations, what you will hear is that I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the Alpha and the Omega. It says I am the beginning and the end. I'm the beginning and the end. Yahuwah has no end, family. He has no end. That's the hand of the adversary once again. He has no end. Indeed, Yahuwah is the Aleph and the Tau. He is the beginning and the everlasting covenant. He's the beginning and the everlasting covenant. So even in scripture, we see where Hashatan is a copycat, where he's trying to get the worship, saying that he is the beginning and the end. Indeed, he has an end. He has an end, and his end is near. His end is near. Again, the Anti-Mashiach is a copycat. He will attempt to portray himself as Elohim. He will attempt to portray himself as Elohim, as it is written in Hazon, the 17th chapter, verse 7 through 8. And the messenger said to me, why did you marvel? Let me explain to you the secret of the woman and of the beast. She rides, which has the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that you saw was and is not, and is about to come up out of the pit of the deep and goes to destruction. And those dwelling on the earth, whose names are not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, shall marvel when they see the beast that was and is not, that was and is and yet is, that was and is not and yet is. And so we see there in Hazon, the first chapter, verse 8, we see that it is describing the beast who has a beginning, but he has an end. But he has an end. Yahuwah has no end. He is the Aleph and the Tau, the beginning and the everlasting covenant. The Anti-Mashiach is the Aleph, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. He was the first. He was the beginning. He was the first Anti-Mashiach at the valley of Shinar, and he will be the last, the end. He will be the last Anti-Mashiach at the valley of Shinar. At the valley of Shinar. Indeed, this plan, as was spoken early at the beginning of this long teaching, has been in place since the very beginning, since Bereshith, Genesis, the first chapter, reading verse 1 through 4. It says here, in the beginning Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep. Again, there is no darkness in Yahuwah. Yahuwah is light, and in him is no darkness at all. If any man claims fellowship with him and walks in darkness, he lies and does not live by the truth. And so this darkness that was on the earth was Hashatan. He had been turned dark. He was the darkness that was on the earth at this time. And darkness was on the face of the deep. And the spirit of Elohim was moving on the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let light come to be. Let there be light. And light came to be. And Elohim saw light that it was good, and Elohim separated the light from the darkness. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness. Indeed, darkness is rebellion. Darkness is ignorance. Darkness is chaos. Darkness is Torahlessness. And so from the very beginning, YAHUAH'S is desired to keep men in darkness, desired to keep men in rebellion by any means necessary. And now in this season, he's doing it within the veil, within the hidden veil of Freemasonry. And Yahuwah declared in the very beginning, let there be light. Let there be light, in order to call men to his marvelous light. Indeed, again, the adversary is a copycat. He is a copycat, and thus at the end of Freemasonic rituals, the phrase "let there be light" is uttered. The phrase "let there be light" is uttered. You see, Hashatan instituted this Freemasonic ritual from the very beginning, to keep men in darkness, to keep men in rebellion, to keep us away from Yahuwah, and engaged in this Freemasonic ritual until the end, when the blindfold is removed, so that at that point it will be too late. It will be too late. There was no darkness before Hashatan. He is the father of all children of rebellion. At the conclusion of this Freemasonic ritual that the whole world is involved in, whether or not you are wholly walking in darkness or partially walking in darkness, it makes no difference. It's still rebellion. The world will see him in the body of Namrud. He would then, as the Anthem Mashiach, give the whole world who have been participating in this Freemasonic ritual false light, because the world is going to think that he is the Messiah. They're going to think that he is returned. He's going to operate in lying signs and wonders, false lying signs and wonders, and he is going to give them false light. The blindfolds are going to be removed, and the term "let there be light" is going to come into fruition as the Freemasonic initiation comes to a conclusion. Again, he will operate in lying signs and wonders so as to deceive this whole world. The only way out of this Freemasonic Babylonian ritual is to come out of Babylon into the true light. Thus it is written in Kazun, the 18th chapter, verse 1 through 4. And after this I saw another messenger coming down from the Shamayim, having great authority, and the earth was lightened from his esteem. And he cried with a mighty voice, saying, Babal the great is fallen, and it's become a dwelling place of demons, a haunt of every unclean spirit, and a haunt for every unclean and hated bird. Because all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her whoring, and the sovereigns of the earth have committed whoring with her, and the merchants of the earth have become rich through the power of her riotous living. And I heard another voice from the Shamayim saying, Come out of her, my people, lest you share in her sins, and lest you receive of her plagues. And lest you receive of her plagues. I keep hearing the voice of Yahuwah. I keep hearing rebellion. I keep hearing rebellion. And if anyone is operating in any type of rebellion, whether it's full rebellion or partial rebellion, you're involved in this Freemasonic ritual. And the word has gone forth to his people to come out of her, my people. Come out of this Freemasonic ritual, this Babylonian Freemasonic ritual, lest you receive of her plagues and partake of her sins. Abba Yahuwah, thank you for giving your son the strength to complete this. I pray that your people have heard. I pray that if there is anyone operating in partial disobedience, that this word has cut them this day, and that they would come out of partial obedience into true obedience, and that they would even understand that if they are not seeking your root, that is disobedience, because we're commanded to do so, and it is not a suggestion. And we could not walk holy in light unless we receive your Ruach HaKadosh. So I pray that this word, Father, has not fallen by the wayside, that this word has not fallen on shallow ground, that this word is not falling amongst thorns, but that this word has fallen on good soil, and that such that the Ruach HaKadosh would come and enter that heart and water that seed, such that that seed would grow to produce a mighty branch, a mighty tree, producing the fruit that leads to everlasting life. Come out of her, my people. Come out of her, my people. Receive the Ruach HaKadosh. Receive the Mikvah Tabbalah. Walk wholly in the light, not partially in the light. Partial obedience is still disobedience. It is still rebellion. It is still lawlessness. It is still a Freemasonic initiation. Let your will be done this day, Father, in the righteous name of Yahushua HaMashiach. So be it, so be it, so be it.
So be it.